Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 261–265. Garden of Order. 3. Mordred had acted before him, but Ash had good reason for staying his feet when the woman accelerated towards them. He gauged her speed, measured her reactions. She was quick, yes, but lightly armed and lightly armored. If that dress even offered anything even remotely close to protection. He felt no magical energy from the clothing, which meant it was nothing more than just that. Mordred swung first, the pavement cracked under the weight of her sword slamming into it at a speed faster than a regular human could comprehend. The woman had glanced at the saber the second she started moving. He tracked her actions as she skidded to a halt and then stepped backwards. She was speaking, but he was less focused on that and more focused on her as an individual. There was no drop in hostility. And those eyes had been why he'd held himself back from the same actions in Mordred. He knew those eyes, he knew what they could do. His sister had those same eyes. And with those eyes, he knew that if she managed a lucky shot against him then he was dead. Though such was true against any servant he fought, if they managed to pierce his spirit core and break it before he could rebuild his body, but with this servant, if he was correct and those eyes were what he believed them to be. All she would need would be a passing blow against him and they would do the rest. He needed caution. So he stepped and flanked her, her posture tensed immediately and she swung her glowing eyes onto him. There was a brief fraction of a second where they widened just a touch. He felt the alien sensation roll over his skin, something unnatural about it. Like he was being exposed to all the world, but just as quickly, it vanished and the woman furrowed her brows and looked as if she was examining him all over again. Not that she had time, Mordred was charging her once again and swinging. He watched the interaction. They made an effort to avoid Mordred at every turn and didn't even bother trying to trade blows. That hunting knife of theirs was ill-suited for that sort of thing. His hand flashed up, kukri held in his grasp before it snapped forwards and flung towards the woman, measuring her from a distance. She dodged another blow of Mordred, the sword went wide and pruned the top half off a row of hedges, and then crouched down, briefly glancing at him as the throwing knife whisked over the top of her head. Dodging and weaving, that was what she did thus far, but she showed some measure of grace in her actions. Accustomed to fighting, it seemed, but that was expected of a servant. Yet he knew of no individuals, in his world or Ritzka's, that had those manner of eyes beyond his sister. Which made this individual quite the mystery. Unless, no, he could think of it later. Sword drawn, then glanced at Mash and then nodded his head to her. She reciprocated the gesture and understood the intent. With that done, he returned his attention to the woman and stepped forwards, closing the distance between them and throwing himself into the mix of the battle. She made no effort to meet his blow and once more ducked to the side. He tensed and awaited a counter-attack that never came. Mordred flanking her other side might have been a reason for that, and she retreated several steps away from the armored pair. "Slippery one, ain't you?" came the irritable growl of Mordred from behind her helmet. Crimson light crackled around her form as she took a step forwards, leaning onto it and clearly preparing for another charge. The woman didn't reply much to the taunt, rather she brought the knife up in a reversed grip and eyed the pair of them. Glowing eyes darting back and forth, her lips drew thin as she made a small noise. Thoughtful but moderately tired, Ash stepped forwards and leaned into the charge, clearing the distance and swinging down. His opponent fell back and pressed her hands flat to the ground, pushing up and flipping through the air. He would have followed, had she not thrown her knife for his head the second she spun. He twisted and swung across, battering the metal from his face and knocking it away. She was jumping for him. He stepped back and grunted, her feet pressed flat against his shoulder and pushed off, springboarding off his body and twisting over the head of Mordred, who narrowly missed her with the effort. The knight turned and grunted, leaning her head to the side with a sharp clang and a hiss of steel meeting steel. A thud echoed across the courtyard. The right horn of Mordred's helmet dropped to the ground, having been cut clean through at the base. Ash saw it. If Mordred had not dodged, she would have likely lost her head. Though Ash was bemused where she got the other knife from, but it was of little consequence. He jumped over Mordred and into the air, sword raised above his head and sharply bringing it down. Another flip and spin sent the woman out of his range, until he pressed his hand flat against the stone path, pulsing magical energy through it. The floor under her feet glowed and she swung her knife down, eyes still aglow, and stabbed it into something. Ash felt his connection with the spell snap, it fizzled and popped. Then just failed to materialize. He changed tactics, bringing his hand off the ground and clenching it into a fist, he swung back down. Concrete shattered beneath his knuckles, cracks spread out perhaps a dozen meters from his fist. He thrust down into the nearest crevice and pulled upwards, tearing away a section of the path and throwing it towards the woman. His arm coiled back and glowed, pale white light pulsated across the blade. He stepped forwards and thrust his arm forwards. The tip of the sword screeched as the light jumped away from him, peeling away and forming an arrow as it accelerated towards the target. The appended slab disintegrated in the path of the continuing light. A glint of steel and a hiss of something. The arrow was cleaved right down the middle, splitting either side of the woman and then sputtering out of existence. She remained unmoved as she brandished the knife towards him and angled her head ever so slightly. There was a bemused look in her eyes as she watched him, looking up and down and squinting hard as if trying to see something. Ash knew what she was looking for. A rush of wind and a crackle of lightning, scarlet surged past her and the clank of steel filled the air. Mordred all but appeared by the side of the woman, swinging for her neck with the clear intent of taking her head off. The woman fell backwards and brought her knife about, noticeable strain as she caught the edge of Clarent with her small blade. He closed the distance and moved on her, throwing his hand forwards to unleash a spell at closer range. Mordred had the magic resistance to cope with the spell, he assumed the woman would not and he pulled his hand back and frowned, staring at it. And the way it had been split vertically right down to the wrist, he barely staggered when the boot pressed against his gut and the woman rolled away from the pair of them. He had spotted her movement the second before she actually moved. Somehow using Mordred's momentum to spin her into facing him and then slashing down against him. He glanced back up. The knife wielder was on all fours a good distance from them, eyes narrowed and breathing a touch faster than before. Mordred spared his hand a glance, a frown crossed her face, then eyes her own shoulder plate which would have been mounted with a horn, but was now clearly missing on account of the attachment in question being cleaved from the armor. Ash twisted the arm back and forth, watching the split halves flap open and shut in a morbidly intrigued way. The cut was clean. One hand it was then, he wasn't going to risk building a new body and expose his central soul to this one while she was still looking for an opening. Anyone who could permanently kill him so easily needed to be approached cautiously. He turned his body side on and raised his sword towards her, eyes narrowed and lips drawn thin. Flames clung to his sword in an instant, spreading over the metal and embracing it. Shadows stretched over the pavement, the glowing sword turned and thrust down. He pierced the concrete and then pulled, dragging it across and cleaving a molten line through the earth before swinging upwards, putting all his strength into the movement and releasing a sharp breath as he wrenched it free of the ground. The result was a burning trench opening up, splitting the pavement open as it surged for the woman. He could not see her through the haze of fire and smoke, but he heard the deft movements of her feet as she moved to avoid it. The bush that had been behind where was engulfed in fire, lifted from the ground and tossed through the air as falling embers of light, a rush of thunderous crashes and shattering stone as the remains of the upturned path fell from the sky. Ash stepped over the narrow crack, fire still flooding up from beneath, and around the other side, eyes sliding over the shadows and the illuminated courtyard as she searched for where the woman might have gone. He paced forwards, slow and steady, his every step sent an echo which was just about louder than the crackle of fire directly by his side. "You see anything?" Mordred yelled over the flames. He heard her movement on the other side of the wall of flickering orange. "Because I can't see shit. I cannot see her, but she remains close." He called back to her, looking left and focusing on the shadows. "Prepare to." A glint of steel in the darkness, he turned and reacted. The thrown knife clattered off his sword and vanished somewhere into the sky. The figure burst out of the shadows and closed the distance towards him, sprinting with incredible speed, but he still saw her. Reversing his sword, he leaned forwards and lowered, swinging at her as she stepped into his range. He saw the second knife she held in her hands. either recalled to her or just made with magical energy, he cared not which, as it would catch him all the same if she struck him with it. Mana flooded his limbs and his body, pulsing around under his skin. Then he let go. The visible wall of blackness distorted the surrounding air, shimmering like the surface of water and then expanding outwards rapidly. The woman had a fraction of a second, if that, to understand what was happening before she let out a sharp gasp. Her body twisted as the burst of magical energy slammed into her, sending her careening back the way she came from and out of control. From behind, he heard the pulse of Mordred's own mana burst. He did not see the curtain of flames part, but he felt the rush of wind as the saber stormed past him as a blur, catching the woman mid-flight and slamming her into the ground, fumbling to find the armed hand and then catching it between her fingers. With a low growl, Mordred twisted until there was a muffled popping sound. The knife hit the ground with a clatter. Mordred pulled and swung the woman over her shoulder and onto the ground once more. Ash moved in and came to a halt, skidding down and swinging for the woman, but stopped himself from truly hitting her. Instead, the tip of his sword resided at her neck just underneath her chin, the intent obvious as he prodded forwards just a little, not until he felt the slightest hint of resistance at the tip of the blade. With Mordred holding her left arm at an odd angle and Ash having a sword to her throat, he watched the eyes of the woman slowly start to fade away. She looked up at him with glazed-over orbs which were distinctly hollow. She did not seem to react to Mordred having dislocated her arm either. He briefly glanced at the limb and noted that it was very nearly facing the other way, then glanced back at her face. Had Mordred not been holding her, he figured she would currently be continuing the assault against the both of them. "Ritska," Ash called over his shoulder. Silence greeted him. He frowned but did not turn his head to look. Instead, he briefly met the eyes of Mordred, who looked in his place and then furrowed her brows at something. Her expression shifted, looking caught between bewilderment and annoyance as she peered at it, then let out a sharp breath. She looked back down at the woman and glared at the back of their head. "Are you gonna keep being wriggly, or am I gonna have to break some more limbs?" "Go ahead," the woman replied back with a bored tone of voice, angling her head and glancing up at the saber. Looking remarkably unconcerned about the entire affair. It sounded like neither a challenge nor a taunt, merely giving Mordred permission to do whatever it was that she wanted. Ash raised a brow at her coarse language, but said nothing on the matter. "Mash. Get him under control and get him over here." The woman turned back to him and blinked slowly, then looked past. "Your friend looks unwell." Mordred brought out her other hand and manifested Clarent once more, then dropped it down onto the shoulder of the woman, the flat of the sword resting on her shoulder while the edge was poised to bite into her neck. She met his eyes and jerked her head behind him and towards the direction of Ritska. Ash slowly pulled the sword away from the woman, who still looked unconcerned, and he turned around. Mordred would kill her if she tried anything. He could afford to take a step away. He turned and was met with the sight of Ritska with a slightly translucent look about him, eyes glazed over and decidedly unfocused. Though he was looking in their direction, the boy didn't seem to be focusing on anything. Not even the fact that Mash was right next to him and trying to get his attention. Crossing the distance with long strides, he snapped his hand out and cut short the flames which still burned, stepping over the cracks and crevices. A crunch of something under his boot signaled him being in front of Mash. She turned and winced at him for whatever reason. He met her eyes and then looked back at Ritska. He leaned down, reaching out with his working hand and grabbed Ritska by the chin, tilting his head up and bringing their eyes to meet. "Be gentle with him," Mash blurted out, catching his wrist but not making an effort to yank it away. "I am," he said with patience, not taking his eyes off Ritska. A light shake and the boy blinked, then pulled back and out of Ash's grasp. "Sorry, what?" Ritska's words were slow, his skin still looked pale and unhealthy. His eyes glanced from Ash and then to Mash before back to him again, taking in a short breath before putting on a hollow smile and turning his head. "My bad, I blanked out for a second there so." Ash watched him fumble through his words. His hand twitched as he watched Ritska act. It was a pitiful display. He just didn't want to see it anymore. The woman has been detained. Mordred currently has a hold of her. Ash began, hoping the direct change in topic would focus Ritska and remove the unsightly display. The curtness of his words earned a not too subtle look from Mash, who clearly wanted Ritska to have longer. With a shaky nod of the head, the teen brought his hands up and wiped down his face, exhaling and nodding ahead. Right, yes, she's alive, right. Good, good, I'd like some answers as to why she attacked and, her eyes, they are the same as my sister's, yes. Ash confirmed, he had seen the results and felt them. Glancing down at his wounded arm and frowning at it. But, this one seems considerably more practiced with them. Far more so than Priscilla ever was. I would argue that they are a greater danger than my sister in a fight. Especially as she could avoid myself and Mordred. A keen awareness of the battle and a sense for fighting. His mind played over the fight. I would argue she has some manner of mind's eye to reflect that ability. Likely a high rank as well. Mash frowned to herself and glanced past him at the servant, then wet her lips. But why does she look like? Why did she look like an ordinary person? A curious thing indeed. Pseudo-servant. Ash offered, but even as he said that he drew a blank. Those he were aware of with such eyes were Balur, but he would have certainly sensed the presence of such a potent divinity as that. And the eyes of Balur were much worse than the woman's. Personal choice. He continued further, offering another explanation. Perhaps the eyes were unique to her person as a host and it was only someone else being in her body that offered something a bit different. There were explanations he could come up with, yet none were confirmed. Ash frowned when he noticed something else, glancing back down at Ritska and noticing that the teenager had yet to actually speak further. It had been Mash asking the questions that he should have been doing. It looked as though the conversation that transpired had gone over his head. The woman still lives, he continued with, eyeing the expression on Ritska's face and searching for some sort of response. The glazed-over looks remained, prompting him to continue further. Do you wish to interrogate her or execute her? Mash whirled on him with a rather horrified look, not that he could understand. Confusion briefly shot through him at her reaction. He had said nothing unusual, they had been attacked by a hostile individual. This was either a misunderstanding, or a premeditated assault. Ritska jerked into life, whipping onto him with wide eyes and looked, truly panicked. It was confusing, he was confused. Why were they reacting like this? Where had he misspoken? No. Blurting out, Ritska took a half-step forwards and raised hand, it flinched and jerked back to his side. His other came around and slammed it into his body, pressing the arm flat against him and keeping it there. I'll speak with her. She probably knows something so I'll talk with her. Muttering that sentence to himself, Ritska brushed past him with a swift walk. Ash stepped aside and let him past, though did not take his eyes off the master, instead he squinted at them and watched the reaction. It had been odd. Where was this behavior earlier? It came from nowhere. He looked back at Mash. What is wrong with him? She stared and then winced. Senpai he'll be fine. Ash stared. He was sure neither of them was fully convinced by that. He was fine. This was nothing he hadn't done before. This was fine. He was sure it was a misunderstanding. Just have a conversation with the woman and then get this all straightened out in no time. That was probably how it would all go down. Yeah, that was how it would work out. Ritska flicked his eyes up towards the dark-haired woman, still held in the arms of Mordred. He tried to not look at Clarent, which was poised to remove her head. He tried not to think about how all he needed to do was say the word and. He swallowed down whatever bile was in his mouth at the thought. Just a conversation. That was all. Just a conversation. This was ridiculous. He wasn't like this before, so there was no reason to be different about it. He was just being overly emotional about it. Taking in another breath, he inhaled and stepped closer to the pair. Mordred's eyes briefly locked with his and she gave a grunt of acknowledgement. He met her eyes and offered a faint nod of his own, then glanced down to the woman held in her grasp. Stopping a short distance from her, they engaged in a brief staring contest. The woman with dark hair just looked back at him without saying a word, glazed over eyes and indifferent expression. Hey, Ritska started the conversation, raising his left hand for a short wave. He internally cringed at the awkward movement and lowered his hand again, wetting his lips and taking in a breath. I'd like to think that we got off on the wrong foot here. I'm Fujimaru Ritsuka. The woman responded with silence, still eyeing him up. Her head tilted ever so slightly. Then she spoke in a low tone. You're not a servant, why are you here? He straightened a bit, her words confirmed that she was aware of the presence of the servants at least. It implied that she was aware of them and confused as to why he was here. All right, he could work with that. Ritsuka nodded past them and towards the apartment. I'm here to investigate that. A lot of servants showed up where they aren't supposed to, which you know about. He looked back down at her, then wet his lips. So what's your name? Why do you ask? He shrugged. Just curious. You don't have to tell me, but I'd like to at least call you something. You're not are you a regular servant or are you an exception? She eyed him at those words, slightly narrowed gaze parted from him and towards the space behind him. He didn't turn to see what she was looking at, but she gave a small hum and then looked back at him. Like the girl behind you. She seemed strange, looked slippery. Not a full servant. Ritsuka wasn't surprised, she could tell at a glance. Just about everyone could discern that at this point. Something like that, pseudo-servant. A shrug. I don't know. Glad that was cleared up then. So why did you attack us? The woman let out a sigh. Servants showed up and moved into the apartment. Caused nothing but trouble since they appeared. Ghosts and zombies filled up and no one will go near this place now, then you showed up with more servants. And you thought we were here to cause more trouble. He assumed, already feeling relief settle into his chest as he realized that he had been right and that it was a misunderstanding. He looked down at her, then towards the arm that was holding her and to the sword at her neck. He briefly glanced at Mordred and waved his hand away from the neck of the woman. Mordred watched him in silence, putting on a frown but edging Clarent away so that it was no longer directly poised to remove her head. Not that the woman seemed to react to it in the least, barely even glancing at the saber removing the sword. Instead she just kept watching him. You assume we're allies. Ritsuka raised a brow. Aren't we? You don't want the servants there anymore, do you? I saw you clearing out some of the ghosts. I'm here to get the servants out and figure out who was bringing them here. He paused, then shrugged. Doesn't it make sense for us to work together? We all know we can take care of ourselves. Silence. Then a short hum. I suppose it would be useful. Saves me some effort if you helped out, I guess. At least you could probably deal with most of the servants that showed up, rather than me. At least until we get to the man with glittery eyes. Not sure who, but he's some shadowy figure. That was news for them. Shadowy figure. Like I said. She repeated. Not seen him. Ah, right. She had said that, had she not? Ritsuka glanced at Mordred, then back to the woman before he nodded his head. So that's it then, we're done. If you're not part of the servants making a ruckus, I have no problem with you. Was the reply from the woman. Sorry for attacking. Mordred spoke up for the first time. Ritsuka noticed her expression as a mixture of incredulous and irritable. So you just try to carve us up and then say, my bad. After we pummeled your ass into the dirt. Sounds like some dirty tactic to me. The woman shrugged. You can kill me then. That's, Ritsuka frowned. I don't want to do that, but aren't you a little too? He didn't want to say she sounded too fine with dying, because that would say he was fine with killing her. And he recalled what Arjuna had been like when they first met as well. If you kill me, it saves me the effort of tearing down this apartment. With a nod of the head behind her towards the building, she closed her eyes. I was probably only summoned because I have some small link with it. It's actually a pain to have to deal with all of this. If you kill me and then do it for me, then I don't mind. So now you're just trying to offload all your work on us, huh? Sneering down, Mordred jostled the woman slightly before scoffing and shaking her head. Lazy bastard. At least put in a little bit of effort. Why'd you bother answering the summons in the first place if you couldn't be arsed to do the work? There was a short pause. The woman opened her eyes and then shrugged. Not sure. Mordred made a face and clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed with the responses she was receiving. If you're going to investigate, then I'll help. It was like going back and forth. Ritska wasn't sure whether she was happy to help or annoyed about helping. Perhaps it was both. His hands anchored themselves onto his hips and he looked down at her for a few moments, then stepped backwards and turned to the others behind him, meeting the faces of both Ash and Mash, looking between them and leaning forwards. Well, he began, searching Ash for an expression. The blonde was peering first at Ritska with an odd look, then glanced past him towards the woman and frowned. Her eyes concern me, as does her flippant attitude. Letting her remain is a mistake, and if she were to turn on us with our backs turned. Ritska winced. That's paranoid. She just attacked us. She's dealing with servants bringing in a bunch of ghosts and zombies. He reminded the blonde, gesturing behind himself towards the tower. I think we can excuse the misunderstanding. Ash did not respond to that. Ritska took that as passing consent that he would allow the woman to accompany them. His eyes turned onto Mash, who was still staring at him with some searching expression. She straightened and spoke before he could even get a word out. I am fine with letting her come with us, Senpai. She began, if that is what you want to do. She seems to know more about this situation than we do. She did. Ritska nodded his head and smiled, turning back around and then stepping towards Mordred and the woman once again. All right, you can let her go now. Mordred briefly stilled, sending him a rather dubious look, then exhaled and loosened her grip, all while keeping her sword at the ready in a rather clear manner. Not that Ritska paid too much attention to that, instead he watched as the woman hummed and slowly rose to her feet, bringing her other arm around to poke at her limp limb and twitch it back and forth for a couple moments. Are you? Give me a moment, she responded with, sounding unconcerned over the whole thing. Then after examining her wounded arm, she glanced back towards him and tilted her head. You're fine with letting me come along? He nodded. Yeah, I did try to kill you. A lot of people try that. There was a slow blink, then she angled her head to one side and looked him up and down again. Squinting a little and leaning forwards, though maintaining her distance and otherwise keeping her hands to her side. For a few seconds, Ritska stood there and allowed her to look at him. When she leaned back, she made only a small noise in the back of her throat. It was hard to place. Either accepting or confused, it mattered little because her next words did little to expand upon the noise. I see. Evidently she wasn't a big fan of long sentences. Ritska gave a thin smile, thankful that the misunderstanding was resolved, then stepped back and flashed up the communicator. He didn't have to wait long for the screen to emerge, but it was not Romani who greeted him this time around. Straightening up a little, he looked back at the director as she stood with folded arms and an unreadable expression. You are taking a rather large risk here. She is aware of the servants in the tower block. Ritska responded, glancing briefly to the side and watching as the unnamed woman regarded him for a moment, then looked at the screen and leaned forwards. Her eyes roamed over the transparent frame and lingered on the director before seemingly dismissing both as uninteresting. And has said there is some shadow guy with glittery eyes. The director hummed and then looked away from him, her eyes moved to the others. I expect you to keep a close eye on this development. At first he thought she was talking to Mash. The male voice that answered robbed him of that notion. I intend to. Turning, he noticed that Ash had not once removed his eyes from the dark-haired woman, nor had his posture relaxed in the least. Which was admittedly fair, he couldn't force people to trust her. Ryugi Shiki. He blinked, then turned, the director and others did as well. The woman looked back and then spoke again. That's my name. Ryugi Shiki. Oh. Ritska coughed, then smiled. Nice to meet you then, Shiki. Shiki just stared back, then muttered in a low tone. If you say so. And left it at that. Ritska turned back to the director with a smile. She just responded with a tired sigh and palmed at her features. His smile started to dim as he turned and paced away from the group, moving only a couple of steps and lowering his voice. She's not the first servant whose first encounter has been rocky. Raising her head, the director met his stare with an even look. And you will notice that I have only raised my caution of the situation and not demanded action. He straightened, then thought back. Oh, right. Sore. Do not apologize for it. She interrupted before he could get the word out. We are dealing with an individual who, if Ash is correct, has mystic eyes equivalent to those of the demigod Priscilla. Who is touted to have been capable of slaying gods. We registered her actions against the spells and the spirits. The director leaned forwards, her eyes narrowed and fixed him with an intensity that made him go quiet. Understand just how dangerous this woman is. She sliced through the connection between the magical energy. Potency did not matter. She destroyed it with nothing more than an ordinary knife. Mystic eyes of any caliber are dangerous enough, and her rank is very likely the highest that can exist. Treat her with extreme caution. A single strike could slay any servant with horrifying ease. All he could do was stand there and listen. The gravity of her words was not lost on him in the least. I know that. He started, slow and quiet build, putting more volume into his words the longer he went on. Eyes danced from the floor and landed on the director. But I want to give her a chance here. She seems, I can't quite explain it, but she seems genuine at least. Dead silence. Then a short sigh. The director palmed at her face for a moment and dragged her hand down. With a faint smack of the lips, she nodded her head up and down before speaking again. Very well. We will be monitoring your progress closely, but ensure that Mash is kept close at hand whenever you are with this servant, and try to avoid being left alone with them. Their Saint Graph registers them as an assassin. Ritsuka hummed. Yeah, I know, we'll speak with you soon then. I expect your update in short order, Fujimaru. The screen cut off and the communicator went silent, his arm lowered down to his side a moment later. A short inhalation and Ritsuka turned back around, walking back towards the assembled group and looking over them all, then bringing his eyes onto Shiki and offering her a polite smile. She did not return the gesture. Her expression just remained rather indifferent to him, but it was hard to be offended. It reminded him a little of Asher Altera. Maybe he was just used to that sort of thing by now. Good news, we're ready to head in. He brought his arm up, pointing towards the apartment. So you seem to have a bit more familiarity with this place, so we'll follow your lead in terms of showing us around. Shiki just watched him, then hummed and turned. Or rather, she looked as if she was going to, then she stopped and suddenly whipped her head towards the ground. Eyes narrowing and brows being drawn tight. Ritsuka allowed himself a moment of shock, quickly turning to see what had managed to attract her attention. He loosened his posture almost immediately. Seriously, Fu. The small white animal stared back at him with something that almost looked like offense, as if to ask whether that was really something he had bothered to say. What the hell is that? Shiki asked, a tone bordering bewilderment and demanding, leaning back ever so slightly while keeping her eyes on the small white animal. Some sort of familiar for one of you. Ritsuka deferred to Mash as the senior expert on these matters. No. Mash quickly spoke up, she herself looking down at Fu with surprise and resignation. He did not miss the way her eyes glanced at the back of her shield and then back at the animal. Fu is Fu, we're not really sure what he is, but he's very curious and always follows us around. He paused for a moment, then pointed to Fu. A little bit like a cat looking for food, you know. A cat. Shiki turned her eyes onto him and made a face as if he had just said something stupid. That doesn't even look close to being a cat. Just because it's furry and has pointed ears, that doesn't make it a cat, see? They don't even think they're a cat. A swift glance back at Fu revealed the animal to be gazing at him with a rather deadpan expression. Yeah, this confirmed it. Fu was smarter than he let on. Come on then. He glanced back as Shiki turned and started walking away from them, making a beeline right towards the entrance of the apartment. If you want to get this over and done with quickly, then we should probably start first. You've got all of this to search and it will take a while. Especially if we're fighting through traps. Ritsuka pointedly didn't move at the mention of the last thing, instead he looked up at the apartment and then back down at Shiki as she moved away from them. Raising his voice and shouting to her. What do you mean by traps? Shiki paused, then looked over her shoulder. Oh, there was a mage here who tried to collect death through experimentation. He turned the entire complex into a workshop and killed everyone in the building to fuel his research. That is probably where most of the ghosts came from. That said it so casually that Ritska didn't understand what she had said for a few moments. Hey, Mordred grunted, stepping forwards and frowning deeply. You want us to go barging through the front door of some madman's workshop like that? Won't be a shit idea. Are you stupid or something? Shiki just angled her head, almost like some sort of puppy, and then looked at Mordred for a few seconds before she replied. You don't need to worry. I have already killed him. Parts of the apartment were destroyed in the process as well, so it won't be as dangerous as it was before. Another pause, then she looked directly at him. And it's not like you have a choice, right? True, he muttered, glancing at the apartment with a new sense of wariness. Wetting his lips, he took the first cautious steps forwards. He collected death. That's sort of messed up. Shiki just shrugged her shoulders. It is what it is. A hand caught him by the arm. Ritska glanced down at the limb and then towards the holder. Ash had stepped into his personal space and caught him by the arm, green eyes still fixed solely on the retreating form of Shiki. The Avenger spoke in a hushed whisper, his words carrying a sense of foreboding. I do not know her. I have looked and I do not know her. I do not know what transpired in this place. Yet I should. Ritska frowned. You think she's lying? Ash was silent for a moment, then he shook his head. The hold on Ritska's arm slowly loosened until he drew it back entirely. No. Yet that is what concerns me. Either this is a timeline where I was not granted the ability to observe, or something relating to the distortion is affecting my mental faculties. That was troubling on both parts, but it didn't affect them in what they needed to do. But the warning was appreciated. Keep me alert then, Ritska whispered back, turning back to face Shiki. But stay alert. The director talked all about workshops, and stepping into this sort of place sounds as though it would be like walking into a death trap on the best of days. This mission was concerning and Mash felt justified with those feelings. Though she kept her face as free of those fears as she could, there was a small part of her that knew anyone who looked long enough would immediately realize just how anxious she was. And it wasn't just because of the nature of the mission. Her eyes landed on the back of Ritska's head and lingered on it. He walked only a few feet in front of her, but was at least close enough to put some distance between himself and Shiki-san. Not that Mash didn't trust her, but it was just erring on the side of caution. And Shiki-san didn't have to do anything to Ritska to hurt him. She had seen his face, the way he had locked up and the panic on him. It was something that she never wanted to see again, because it was something she didn't know how she was supposed to protect him from. Physical attacks and spells were simple, she could just put herself between them and use her body as a shield, it was how she could keep him safe. But that, his face made her freeze up and she could see he was in pain, but she couldn't do anything about it because she didn't know what to do. What was the point of being his protector if she couldn't do it when it mattered? He'd said nothing more about his episode. He hadn't even tried to address it, instead he was wearing the same smile that he was always wearing. The one that he had always worn before, and she met it with a smile of her own. Because she felt like she knew what he was doing, he was trying to make himself look fine to ease her worries. Or make it so she wasn't worried about him. But she stopped smiling whenever he looked away. Because the smile was now awful to look at. Her eyes pulled from him when Shiki-san ahead of them cleared her throat, raising her hand and making a wide sweeping gesture to the hall they were in. The reception area where people would have filed in to get to their rooms. She had read enough books on modern architecture to know all about this. But the silence, combined with the known history of the apartment, now made the emptiness far more eerie than before. She glanced left and right, stepping a bit closer to Ritska and keeping herself alert for any sign of movement. We'll have to start with the first room and then go along. You have any problems with that? No. Ritska replied with a shake of the head. Makes sense to me. What else can you tell me about the rooms? There was a short pause, then Shiki just looked at him oddly. They are just regular rooms. Another silence followed. Mash felt she had missed something. Right. Ritska responded with an odd inflection in his words as he nodded his head, then stepped to the side and folded his arms. Guess we'll need to be doing this the old-fashioned way of just walking through the doors and investigating them all, won't we? Mash hummed in acknowledgement, then turned her eyes towards Shaki. Is every room occupied with servants? Because if it is, that would get exceedingly dangerous. Not sure. Then a brief pause. Maybe. Some might just be full of zombies and ghosts though. What? You ain't scared there, are you, Shieldy? It took her a few moments to realize that the question had been aimed at her. Mash blinked twice and then turned her head in the direction of Mordred, blinking once more at the saber and seeing her bemused stare being leveled at her. The looks she was receiving from the blonde were unusual. But they were similar enough to the ones she got in London. Going through all of it again felt odd. No. Mash replied to the question, realizing she hadn't actually said anything for a couple of seconds. I'm just worried about fighting in confined spaces. TCH. Mordred closed the distance. Mash blinked at the sudden invasion of her personal space and staggered a little. Mordred having swung an open palm into the back of her right shoulder, wearing a rather wide and sharp-toothed grin on her face. You're too worried about this. It's simple. We just kick down some doors and drag these guys out. Easy peasy. Between you and me, we got this. The confidence was rather surprising. But she wasn't quite sure where it was coming from. I'm not sure. Mash replied hesitantly, not looking to offend Mordred by refuting her words. Her eyes slid away from the blonde and onto Ash. He was watching them out of the corner of his eye, she could see it. Mordred followed her gaze and let out an annoyed huff. That guy. He's a stick in the mud ass. All worried about getting his hands dirty. Just stick around with me, Shieldy, and then we can. Her words locked up, her jaw clamped shut and she glared away and towards Ash. He had turned his head fully towards them and narrowed his eyes slightly. What? The words were sneered out by the shorter knight. You got a problem or something? Mash winced at the tone, then looked towards Ritska to see his reaction. He was watching on with a touch of hesitance, his hands slightly clenched before he met her eyes and raised his voice. Enough fighting with one another. We're here for a job and let's get it done. There was a force in his words which wasn't there before. It sounded almost pleading. Ritska turned back around and looked towards Shaki. The two of them started speaking about something, but Mash wasn't quite able to pick it out. Namely on account of Mordred muttering some very unflattering things about Ash. She watched him make several gestures when around Shaki. His arms came up as if measuring something, then he dropped them back down and lowered his head. Hands anchoring themselves onto his hips and nodding in assent of something. He turned back around, a grim expression on his face. Approaching them, he raised his voice once again. We're looking at perhaps 50-odd rooms here. Ritska informed them as soon as he was close enough, eyes moving between Mordred and Ash for a moment, then back to her. And if even half of them have servants in, that's going to be way more than we've encountered in the past. Even excluding what's dragged them all here. Mash felt herself blink at the revelation. She had expected it to be a high number, but it was daunting. 50. She tasted the number in her mouth, swallowing it down felt like trying to stuff metal down her throat. But some of them are servants from Chaldea, aren't they? And there must be a reason for them all to be here. Taking a step forwards, she felt herself get a little lighter as she spoke. That means that we can probably talk things out with most of them, right? Ritska looked at her for a few moments. Then he smiled, this one being far more welcome than the previous smiles. Yep, Shaki is going to lead the way to the first room for us. Be ready, it could be any number of things. Mash straightened and nodded her head. She could defend Senpei against things like this. She wouldn't fail at this. Mordred supposed this situation was rather weird to look at from the outside. 5 people crowded around a door to some dingy little apartment, 4 of them being servants, was probably a stupid look for them. Either because of the location of it all, or because of the fact none of them had actually done anything yet. But she regarded the wooden door with some hint of incredulity. Servants actually live here. She didn't bother trying to keep the distaste out of her words. Eyeing the frame up and down, then glancing towards their guide. Their guide who Mordred was bothered by, namely because it was like someone had slapped arms and legs to a wooden plank and then given it a face and a butter knife and told it to go on its way. Not at all helped by the fact that despite helping them, the person still looked bored as all hell. Her master glanced over his shoulder at her, making a puzzled face. Is there something wrong with this place? What? No, she clicked her tongue, her free hand came across and scratched her brow. Just weird. Why would any self-respecting servant just move into some place like this? What the hell are they even trying to achieve? They can't all be cowards. We'll put the coward talk on hold until we actually speak to one of them. Master replied with an even tone, turning back to the door and then continuing his efforts of just staring at it without actually lifting a finger to do anything. The silence continued. Then the blonde asshole spoke up. I would advise Mordred to go in first. Her eyes narrowed a little at him. There was something about the way he said that which bothered her. And it wasn't because of the fact she had also wanted to be the first one to go in anyway, getting stir-crazy just standing there and doing nothing. Shifting her weight, she swiveled her neck and stared at the side of his head. Master looked at him and raised a brow. Any particular reason? There was a small pause. She is suited for direct confrontations. So are you. Mordred wasn't going to let that bullshit reason slide past her without giving her own thoughts. She narrowed her eyes in suspicion and rolled her jaw. She knew there was another reason and she wasn't sure if it was him trying to use her as some kind of meat shield or something else. Wait. She straightened and glared harder. You don't want me to be alone with Master, do you? The silence was telling, as was the way he glanced at her from the corner of his eye, as if she was stating some universal fact. Her lips curled and she made to take a step towards him, stopping only when she caught a glimpse of Shieldy shaking her head ever so slightly. Similarly, the girl looked at the back of the blonde ass and tightened her jaw, looking close to saying something to tell him off. It was weird to see that sort of face on someone dressed like that. Mordred figured she liked this one more than the original. Phew. A yelp by her feet brought her eyes down to the small little white creature. She had an idea of what it was, but she couldn't be sure. The other blonde looked down at the creature and frowned for a moment, as though he understood what it just said. But she figured that wasn't the case. He made a grunt a moment later and brought his head back up. Then stepped past them and brought up his free hand, pulling it back and forming a fist. Get out of the way, idiot. She snapped at him, barging forwards and shouldering him aside. Making sure to step on his foot as hard as she could in the meantime. He didn't so much as twitch and worse still, looked at her as if she was some irritable bug that had just entered his personal space. You want to punch down the door of some guy who might react badly. I'm not gonna let Master get hurt because you're an idiot. Maybe she took a bit of joy in the way he glared, but she dismissed it and turned on the door. Raising her own hand, she slammed it against the wood with several loud knocks. Was that the sound of something cracking or was she imagining it? She pulled her hand away and stared at the large tear which had opened up in the wood, centering where she had just knocked. Mordred felt the stairs on the side of her head and rolled her lips inwards. Her eyes slid to the right. The blank face of the Shiki woman was staring at her, then to the broken door, then back at her once again. Mordred bristled defensively. What? You got something to say? Shiki just made a small noise and then shook her head, turning to face the door. Mordred assumed the silence would have remained, then the woman decided to make a small comment about it. Just that you're surprisingly careless about your strength. Now listen here. They paused as one at the sound. Mordred forgot the woman and swung her eyes onto the door. A sharp clicking sound like a latch opening. They stepped back and waited for it to open. The door swung inwards, a shadow appeared in the frame and stepped forwards. Mordred had no idea who this guy was. They were definitely a servant, but that was the extent of her knowledge. Also he looked freakish. He was tall as well, any taller and he would have needed to duck his head to step through the door frame. Wearing only a dull red breastplate, a blackened shroud as protection for his legs and a yellow ratty sash around his waist, the hooded man stared down at them with a fearsome expression. Heavily muscled arms folded over as his eyes swept first onto her, then upon the others behind her. Hello. She jumped at the sudden chirp in her master's voice. The eyes of the servant instantly swung onto the boy and remained rather silent. I'm Ritsuka Fujimaru of Chaldea, sorry to drop by unannounced, but I'd like to speak with you for a moment. You're talking wrong, Shiki muttered just loud enough that they could all hear her. Then she continued on. You're talking like a salesman. No one likes those guys. Mordred snorted. Master coughed and then shifted his posture. Right, I'm from Chaldea, just wanted to ask why you're in this building in the first place, really. And if it would be possible for you to leave. The door slammed shut. From behind it, they could hear the plodding footsteps of the man retreating further into the house. Told you, Shiki commented. Mordred frowned. Blonde ass brushed right past her. Before she could even get a word out, there was the sound of splintering wood. His fist punched clean through the door, all the way up to the elbow, then he pulled backwards. Mordred stepped to the side, narrowly avoiding being hit by the door, which was yanked off its hinges and then tossed carelessly behind him. She glanced and watched it disintegrate as it slammed into the floor, sending sawdust and small shards of wood scattering. She turned back and raised a brow. He was now barging into the house without any preamble. Direct approach it is then. Master was the next one through the door, then swiftly chased down by Mash. Mordred waited for a moment, then glanced at Shiki. The woman was staring at the remains of the door, then she frowned and shook her head. Turning back and stepping through the fractured remnants of the doorframe and into the apartment. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Garden of Order, IV. He had every intention of being nonviolent, that was never in doubt for him. Whatever the reasons these servants had come here, there was a good reason for them and he would have been fine to await the explanation. And then Hidechibo opened the door and all Ash could see was red. He was pulling the door apart before he even realized what he was doing, shouldering down the small doorway and into the apartment. The faint chill in the air meant nothing to him, nor did the way the servant, that Hidechibo Kaisen, regarded him with a look without emotion. As if this was the expected outcome. It was the outcome that should come about, to have this thing stand here in the guise of a servant as if he was worth the existence. Ash marched forwards without stopping, forgetting even to draw Galvatine. His hands clenched into fists, he prepared himself to throw the first punch, his target being the face of the coward. You have it too, do you not? He stopped just before he could raise his arm. Staring down at him, the servant muttered in a low tone, then he straightened and narrowed his eyes. Face drawn thin as he first watched Ash, then glanced past him towards the others who were probably entering in his wake. But he concerned himself more with the words of the man. Or rather, what the man believed he was entitled to say. Ash reined himself back and watched him for a moment, then spoke. How are you even here? A minute flinch, the eyes of the servant widened for a moment, then they closed. It was a sigh of resignation. I see. Then it seems you can see through name and flesh to the soul within. Or perhaps my guise is not quite as great as I would boast. Yet perhaps in another summoning, I would do just that. He opened his eyes. But I am not so foolish in this place, in this land where my eyes have at last been opened to my failings and my foolishness. That wrongness of the world that claimed not only my soul, but of every human that has walked this land. Ash frowned and leaned back. The scuffle behind him got louder, the clatter of footsteps approached. Ash, Ritsuka called out behind him, but he did not tear his eyes from the servant. Are you all right? Fine, he answered curtly, regarding Hidechibo for a moment. A faint sigh of relief was heard from Ritsuka, then his master stepped out to the side, the two of them just about filling up the doorway to the living room. A little warning next time would have been nice, but we'd have to break in anyway. The admittance slips easily from your tongue, young man. Hidechibo turned his attention to Ritsuka and frowned. For one to be so ready to abandon good faith is saddening to me. Where others see a desire for privacy, you see a challenge to overcome. Such is the folly of humanity. They seek not wisdom and peace, but ugliness and conflict. Ritsuka grimaced only for a moment. You say that, but you're guilty of the same thing. You have to be aware of the fact that you're not meant to be in this era either. Especially not if your purpose is to disrupt the natural flow of events. A slow shake of the head. I go where I am needed. This is where I am needed. Raising a gauntlet, he pointed it towards the ground, widening his stance. I answered the call to this place to take a stand. Do you not see what humanity is? They so willingly turn from the heavens and of enlightenment. The path of true peace lays before them, and time again they will turn from it. There was a moment of silence, then the man closed his eyes. As I once did, as a coward. Ash slowly straightened and regarded him. So that is how this is. Indeed. Hidechibo turned and looked at Ash. There was something in those eyes that he could perhaps empathize with. The earlier resentment and dislike faded away, replaced only with a sense of pity. This will end in your death. Perhaps. Hidechibo admitted with a hum, then he angled himself back and brought out the naginata. Its presence, and the impending promise of danger, put Ritsuka into a state of alert. He took a half-step backwards. But I will make a stand this time. I cannot allow myself to forget this failure, and I will not back down from this belief. Yet even now, I cannot be sure. There is something about me that is natural. Perhaps this grudge controls me. Grudge, Ritsuka muttered, then shook his head. We don't have to. No, we do, don't we? You're not going to take no for an answer, and you're not going to back down now that we've seen you. Hidechibo glanced at Ritsuka, regarding him differently. You speak with experience, young man. I am not the first to make clear my desires. I am, relief that you can see the signs as clearly in me as you can see in them. You a monk then? That came from Shiki. I am. Hidechibo responded immediately. Does that offend you? Not especially. Even if she said that, Ash could detect the distaste in her words. Just thinking that I have an especially poor fate when it comes to monks in this building. HMPH. Hidechibo stomped his foot down and raised the flat of his palm towards them. His eyes went narrow. Come then. If you wish to banish me from this building, you must do so with fists and with steel. Ash answered him with fists, immediately moving into range and then swinging into his gut. Hidechibo grunted as the blow folded him slightly, but it was a momentary thing before he similarly swung out. Ash felt a sensation stretch over the side of his face, turning his head as a backhand sent him staggering. He reached down and pulled across. His sword came free and into the world with a snarl. Hidechibo straightened, whirled around and pointed a single finger towards Ritsuka and the others. Even this violence is proof of your ugliness. His voice carried loud, echoing off the walls. Instead of mastering wisdom, you all pursue ugliness. It is a sham, and each and every one of you, all of you, are abandoned by the heavens because of it. Ash waited for a moment, then stepped in close and brought his sword up. Another clash of metal. The blow was angled away at the last moment and struck the flooring, cleaving through the boards under their feet. Ash twisted and yanked, tearing out great chunks of the ground and sending them shooting across the room, clattering to the ground. Hidechibo jumped back and launched himself through the wall behind him, opening up the path into the kitchen. If Ash was correct, the man slammed his elbow into the fridge behind him, crumpling the door like thin tissue paper and swinging around. His hands gripped it at both sides, and then he turned, bellowing from his lungs as he stepped forwards and hurled it back through the hole he had thrown himself through. Ash turned into the fridge, shuddering as it plowed through and battered into his body. He grunted. The metal body folded around him and split apart, spilling the contents all over the floor and his body. Briefly his vision went white. Something splattered against his face and armor. He frowned and wiped his hand over himself. A fist crashed into his chin and knocked him backwards. His body fell through the dry wall and into. He glanced behind him. It was a bathroom. There were shouts from the others, then a bark of laughter that was definitely from Mordred. He turned down and gripped the toilet by the seat and pulled, tearing apart the ceramic with a hefty crunch and spinning back around, charging forwards and bursting back into the living room of the apartment. Hidechibo barely had a chance to turn before Ash slammed the toilet down on top of his head. It broke like cheap plastic, he followed it up by clenching his hands together and swinging the combined fist hard into the side of the man's head. It made a crunch sound as he jerked and staggered. Mordred followed suit with a kick to the gut, punting him back into the kitchen. With a shout, the servant rose up and tore the kitchen sink from the fitting and threw it towards them. Ash parried it, backhanding the implement through the ceiling above them. Water sprayed out from where it had been torn from. The man brought forth his halberd once more and charged at them, bellowing loudly. And then Mash landed a roundhouse kick into his jaw. It had been a rather sudden thing. She merely appeared and was already driving her heel into his cheek. The moment hung for only a moment, but then time resumed and the lancer, Ash assumed that to be his class, was sent staggering away from the shielder, who followed her kick through with a thrust to his chest. The shield drove itself into the plate armor and folded it inwards. Hidechibo wheezed, thrown into the ground and rolled until he struck the wall. Quick as lightning he was standing against, wasting no time in finding another weapon to throw at them, this time what appeared to be a television, yanking it from the spot it had been on and throwing it towards them. Mash intercepted it, and the device exploded in a shower of sparks over the shield. He and Mordred flanked around her, moving in on the lancer from either side. Then Shiki flew in from over the top of the shielder, flipping over the girl and landing directly in front of the lancer. The knife glinted as she reversed it and swung. Hidechibo retreated a moment and then swung wide. Shiki ducked under the sweeping attack, but brought her arms before her to avoid blocking the knee which drove itself into her guard. Ash flanked down, his fist cracked against the side of the lancer's head in the brief moment of distraction. Mordred slashed into his waist. Clarent tore a bloody gash through armor and skin alike, blood splattered onto the wooden flooring. Another gasp escaped the lancer, then he stomped his foot down. Ash brought up his free arm. The scrap of metal and the force of the impact had him step backwards, allowing them to see the lancer was armed no longer with a spear, but instead a pair of war hammers. Not entirely dissimilar to the drang ones he had once used. Sweat dripped down the brow of the lancer. Blood soaked into the floor and the breathing of the man was heard clear to all in the room. There was a brief silence. Ash moved first, stepping into range and swinging for the head of the man with Galvatine. Lancer blocked the attack, then hissed out in pain and dropped down. Ash's other hand slashed across fully. The burning sword made of pyromancy opened up the thigh and set a fire across Lancer's cloth. As he dropped, Mordred stepped close and drove the pommel of Clarent down into the forehead of Lancer with a dull crack. Shiki thrust her knife into the chest of the man. It was a single fluid movement, armor parted as though it was not there. Her eyes glowing bright as she retracted the knife and stepped backwards, showcasing not a drop of blood on the weapon. Seconds passed. Hidechibo made a wheezing noise and then closed his eyes. He fell forwards, gold peeled from his body. A wet gurgle echoed above them. He felt something pulse, like an electric shock running over his skin, and he stepped back and turned. Spinning on his heel and glaring at the hole in the ceiling he had made with the sink. It was a small thing, but he could see it in the darkness. Eyes of crimson red. Two of them, staring down before they faded into nothing. What the heck was that noise? The room rumbled. Ash jerked forwards, something smashed into his back and launched him across the apartment and crashing through the dry wall. He heard the shouts, felt the movement in the air, and then there was the noise. The wet gurgling was louder than before, accompanied by a sound like slithering and hissing. There was a snarl, it sounded like Mordred, then a crunch before the slithering retreated. He pushed himself back up and out of the rubble he had been thrown into, stomping back into the open and glaring at the space he had been. It was a ruin. He eyed the trench in the floor, the indentation where something large had pushed its way across the ground, then he glanced at the blood splatter where Hidechibo had been before he finally looked upwards. The hole in the ceiling let light peel through, where once it had been pitch black. Silence filled the room, then Ritska let out a loud and shocked curse. What the hell was that? It was still a rush when they departed the old apartment and once more found themselves in the walkway which led to the others. Ritska had backed out while frequently shooting looks over his eyes. He had definitely seen it. He hadn't imagined it. Describe it again. Romani's voice came through the communicator, still frowning on the screen. A giant snake made of oil. It looked like oil. Scratching his head, he winced as he recalled the details of it. The rather unsightly creature had just pushed its way through the wall as if it was made of water and then formed into the creature. Or tar or something black and slick. It just ate the servant and then disappeared into the cracks like nothing happened. Romani continued to stare, then he leaned back and frowned. We didn't detect anything on our end. The servant's signature just vanished and then, no, that probably doesn't matter right now. The doctor adjusted himself, leaning forwards once again and wearing a tight frown. Olga paced into the frame behind him, having been stalking back and forth throughout the recounting. She stopped and then turned to stare at them. What of the servant? Were you able to determine anything? Ritska grimaced and looked away. No, he was aggressive. He started talking about some stuff and how humans had been turning away from the proper path. Talked about Buddhism as well, actually. That was one thing he recalled. So I think he was a Buddhist monk. Romani made a face, then angled his head. He must have felt pretty strongly about it to fight all of you. I could see how a Buddhist might not be totally pleased with how human history plays out as a whole, but they both started frowning. That alone couldn't have been the sole reason. He mentioned he felt controlled by a grudge. Or he thought it might be strange for him. Olga raised a brow, then narrowed her eyes. A grudge, perhaps some manner of heightened importance. A subtle alteration on the existing grievances of the heroic spirit in question. Maybe. Ritska shrugged, then sighed. Either way, he went right for the kill after we exchanged a couple words, and, if he was like that, then there's a chance that the other servants from Chaldea. He trailed off. He didn't want to consider the possibility that they could all end up like that. Speculation serves no purpose for now. Olga cut into his thoughts with a commanding tone. His eyes were drawn back to her as she pointed at him through the screen. We have encountered a single servant, but their conditions might not translate to the other servants taken from Chaldea as a whole. If you should encounter one such as that, restrain them with a command spell. We can dispatch reinforcements to examine them and determine if there is evidence of mental influence. He straightened, a smile spread over his lips. Right, yeah. Taking in a breath, he nodded to the woman over the screen. Thanks for that, Director. She gave a huff and folded her arms. For saying the obvious. Get your head back into the here and now, Fujimaru. For now, we can try and determine what else there is to say of this odd snake monster. Got it. That seemed the best choice at the moment. That thing put him on edge for many reasons. And few he could truly put into words beyond saying. It felt weird to look at. Because it did, more than that, when he caught a glimpse of it, he could feel nothing but a terrible sense of sadness. As though he was gazing at something that could never truly bring joy to anyone. A bewildering experience. The communicator shut down, he lowered his arm and returned his attention to the group, stepping towards them and folding his arms. They didn't have much to say. Mordred scoffed loudly at that, clearly having expected more but remaining unsurprised. He did not chastise her for that, but he did glance at her for a few moments, then looked away and towards the others, primarily towards Ash, seeing as how the Avenger was wearing a slightly more contemplative expression than usual. Or it could have been annoyance. He had the same sort of look when it was either, with the squinted eyes and tight drawn lip. Ash. The blonde perked up a little, green eyes landed on him. Your descriptions remind me of pus. That's disgusting. It is. Ash agreed readily, but Ritska felt as though they might have been speaking of something else. Pools of human dregs form in hollows and then spill outwards, taking on the grotesque shapes of monsters and then kill whatever happens to be near them. Weak to fire, but resilient to physical attacks. So they were speaking about something else. But that brought about another problem. Did they ever behave like this? From the way you just described it, they sounded like berserkers. Ash remained silent, then shook his head. The attack seemed to be aimed solely at the individual who was consumed. It prioritized them and escaped before it could be drawn into a prolonged conflict. The ones I encountered did not reveal such a level of self-preservation. That did not bode well. It was never a good sign when previously insane creatures suddenly started acting intelligent. Shiki looked over, he caught her eye and watched a brief flicker of something pass through her gaze. It was a small thing, but she angled her head and then spoke up, drawing eyes towards her. Could someone tame them? Tame. Ash frowned at the word, turning and looking at the woman. It was a short silence that passed between them, as if they were holding some silent exchange between the two of them. Ash broke away first, his eyes parting from her and finding him once more. It is not something I would have thought possible. It is humanity which has become corrupted and insane. If they are capable of being influenced, it is through a means which I am unfamiliar with. That wasn't what he wanted to hear, but it seemed that was all there was to hear. All right. Ritsuka hummed and unfolded his arms. We'll run under the assumption that someone is controlling this, Puss Snake. Saying that sounded gross, he tried and failed to avoid souring his expression. And that they might show up again. They went for the dying servant, so we can assume it's for some purpose. Just be on the lookout. He turned and stared at Shiki. I take it you've not seen this before either. No, she responded quickly, her brows furrowed a touch. It still had lines, but they were blurry. Ash twitched at that. Then he frowned, sending a small glance at Shiki but saying nothing. All the same, Ritsuka caught the small exchange. Mordred grunted, then pointed to herself. Yeah, well, it comes hissing near me again, then I'll just kick its ass. Then she leveled a smirk in Ash's direction. Rather than get my ass kicked. Ritsuka rolled his eyes in exasperation. That probably wasn't going away anytime soon. We can snipe at one another later. Right now we need to keep moving. Ash held the flailing hollow at arm's length. Its brethren were dead or in the process of dying around it. He held the lone survivor in his grip and hoisted into the air. He was becoming more and more reminded of the difference between himself and the others of his sort between the worlds. But this creature did hold some indication of being nothing more than a hollow, with sickly blue skin and glazed over eyes. The undead human snarled and pawed at his arm, trying to free itself from his grip. Ash tilted his head as he watched it struggle. HMPH. His pyromancy reduced it to a smoldering lump of charcoal. His fingers closed into a fist as the ash of the corpse drifted away into the wind. Lowering his arm back down, he stepped forwards and pressed his boot down onto the head of the other he had cut in half. He applied pressure until the skull popped and opened. Raising his head, he turned and looked at the others. Mordred stood over the remains of her own victim, the others with corpses surrounding them. Ash turned his attention to the opened door. It had been full of these undead when it was pried open, upon which they had charged out and immediately gone about trying to kill them. It was a decidedly short affair. So what are you anyway? Ash turned and looked at the speaker. Ryugi Shiki. The woman he had no mention of in the expanse of human history, and he had searched many times for her. Yet there was nothing. The ramifications concerned him. Do you care? Shiki inclined her head, then gestured down to the corpse at his feet. You're not quite like them, are you? But you're dead. Ash blinked. We are similar enough. I still retain my sanity. He stopped, then he huffed and turned his head. He supposed that was technically true. At the very least he wasn't a hollow. Whether he was truly sane or not was an argument he would never win. Shiki furrowed her brows, staring at him for a few moments and then straightening herself. Why do you still live then? Why indeed? Simply because I haven't died. Oh. Shiki nodded her head. I see, do you want to? He turned back at her and raised a brow. Are you offering? Maybe. A shrug of the shoulders, then she paused and looked past him. Would they be upset about you dying? Probably. He stopped for a moment, then looked over his shoulder as Ritsuka and Mash crouched over the bodies, the communicator flashing up as the face of Romani came into existence. He watched the trio for a moment or two longer, then turned back on Shiki. Yes, they would. For some reason. Shiki made a strange face, then nodded her head up and down. Her focus shifted from point to point, surveying the area for a couple more seconds and then slipping her hands into her jacket, her posture going loose. Why help? Ash regarded her curiously for a moment. Is there a point to these questions? Maybe. Shiki paused for a moment, then thinned her lips. I'm not sure. Not every day someone meets an actual undead fighting for living people. You don't look as if you care all that much either. Do you? He turned away from her and back towards Ritska, despite acknowledging the stupidity of turning his back on someone like her. Perhaps it was simple to think of her killing him as simply being a possibility. Though he could spy that even then, Mordred was still looking their way out of the corner of her eye. Whether that was to him or to Shiki perhaps didn't matter. Obligation. He muttered back, then exhaled. I'm not sure. Obligation. Maybe something else. I'm trying to find a reason. Oh. Shiki simply said. I see. What if you don't? He met her question with silence. But that was a telling action, they both knew what it meant. How did you get your eyes? Just did. A pause. Why? My older sister has eyes similar to yours. Oh, weird. She was a crossbreed of a goddess and a dragon. You can do that. Yes. Huh. Another pause. What was she like? A stubborn fool. Okay. The conversation came to an abrupt end, neither one of them seeming interested in continuing it further. Ash found himself unwilling to care for it. He looked over and watched Ritska nod to Romani, then stand up and look his way, calling out a moment later. Romani says these are the things that are crawling all over the place. He's not sure if they're the original occupants or if they're magical anomalies drawn in by the distortion. He says it could be a mixture of both. But ending the distortion will end them. That was all he wanted to know. Ritska nodded his head. Yeah, good. Ash glanced down at the corpses and curled his lip, he felt it slip onto his face with remarkable ease. The disgust flooded through him as he pulled his boot back and stared at the smear his stomp had left. The remains of the body and the implication of its existence. Then we have further reason to end this distortion. Ash, Ritska called out tentatively. Ash banished the emotion quickly, his face reverted and he raised it back up. I apologize for my outburst. I am ready to move whenever you command. All right. Ritska replied with a slow nod of the head, then paused and took in a breath. We're going to get rid of them, Ash. I'm not going to let anyone here suffer through a life like that, okay? It should go without saying. He muttered and turned, then met the gaze of Shiki once more as she looked at him. He stepped up beside her and was aware that her eyes were still upon him, holding that blank look which was a touch scrutinizing. He was sure that she would eventually get around to a question. He did not have to wait long. So you hate other undead? Just this sort. The ones without intelligence. Yes. Another silence followed, the pair of them walked ahead of the others. He wasn't sure if she would break it sooner or later. She did not strike him as one for conversation often, but he could not be called an expert on anything regarding social cues. Perhaps it would have been wiser for him to interrogate her further. The idea that she was not within his mind as either a name nor a person was troubling. More than that, she was a strange individual. Unlike Priscilla, yet wielding the same skill set. Have you ever been summoned before? No. Shiki replied rather quickly, shaking her head for an additional measure. Then she turned and glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. A first for me, though I am willing to try it, at least. It could be a little interesting to fight some of the other people who can be summoned. That last guy was pretty strong, wasn't he? Ash curled his lip. No, he replied, keeping his voice level. He was not. Oh. A short pause, then Shiki hummed. Just me then. Or maybe it's just you. To be honest, there is something about you I can't stand. You're upfront about it. I do not see a reason to lie about it. Came the admittance, though it might just be your undead nature. Things are supposed to die when they are killed. Coming back to life after that happens just takes away from the act of killing. I suppose that is to say, death loses its value when it can be undone. What a strange notion to hold. Death holding value. I have seen where death can hold value. He replied with a slow shake of the head, his mind calling upon countless examples. Dozens of names crawled to the forefront of his mind and he swept through each and every one of them. I have seen what that value is. Yet I cannot decide which is worse. Whether death comes without recognition, or if that recognition and value causes nothing but chaos. Shiki inclined her head. That seems strangely deep for you. We hold a conversation for nothing more than mere minutes and you decide you have established a firm grasp on what is or is not common for me. There wasn't even a hesitation with her answer. Yeah, you do not seem all that complicated, to be honest. Very straightforward guy. I like that. But I think you being alive is a mistake. You would not be alone in that belief. The quiet stretched, then Ash turned and looked at her once again. What do you intend to do after this distortion has been resolved? What am I supposed to do? Shiki raised a brow. Even if I do live through it, then I will end up going back to where I am supposed to be. So there isn't a need for me to worry about something that won't happen for a while. I just need to kill whatever needs killing and then I can deal with whatever comes next. Ash regarded her silently. Then he turned his head and pulled his lips thin. He had little reason to dislike her in the grand scheme of things, rather it was as though everything about her was made to be tolerable to some extent. He did not enjoy her company or even think fondly of her, but he did not dislike her words or consider her to be offensive to the eyes. She was merely a person who killed because she had the tools to kill and was in the right place at the right time. Was that the only reason? No, it was too soon to tell. As he said to her, they had not spoken long with one another. There could still come a time where he grew to dislike her. The next apartment was much like the first. Ritsuka had his hand hover above the bell before he leaned forwards and pressed it, then stepped backwards and ducked slightly behind Mash. Just in case there was some spate of violence happening with the servants. Or if this one was full of zombies. Silence following the faint ringing from within, then came the thudding of footsteps. The door swung open, a figure stepped out and looked at each of them. Ritsuka straightened immediately, his shoulders dropped and he moved out from behind Mash, staring up at the tall figure with a smile on his face. Verndari. The knight in polished silver armor looked at each of them. The carved face lingered on him for a moment, then straightened and lowered their head. Standing to attention, Verndari stepped back and moved to the side, showing the entrance to the apartment. My liege, I was not expecting your arrival. Forgive me for the unsightly display. Unsightly. Ritsuka was thrown for a brief loop before he dismissed it and stepped forwards. Ah, it's fine. Really, I'm just glad that you're still alright. I got word that you were among the servants who vanished from Chaldea, so I was a bit on edge. I have caused alarm. Verndari lamented with a shake of the head, turning around and trudging further into the apartment. His footsteps carried into the building and away from them. He hesitated for just a moment, then made to follow after them. Someone clearing their throat had him pause. He turned and spotted Shiki with her brows furrowed and eyes fixed on the doorway. Her sharp gaze lingered on the apartment, then turned on him, her head inclined a touch as she spoke with a distant voice. I assume they are a friend of yours. Yeah. Ritsuka nodded his head. We had quite a few go missing from where we're from. MMMH. Shiki merely hummed, then pursed her lips. Aren't you too trusting? What? A shrug. All the servants have come here to stay. If your friend wanted to help clear it out, why would they be in an apartment like the others? Ritsuka opened his mouth to refute her. Ash beat them to it. Her words have merit. The Avenger did not so much as twitch as he turned wide eyes onto them. Verndari would have sense to understand this is a land that should not exist. As with the others missing from Chaldea, we can assume that something is preventing her from purging this place. Be it a restriction or their own personal wishes. Ritsuka tightened his face at the words. He wanted to deny them. And therefore, he did. I'm sure that he has an explanation for all of that. He replied slowly, then glanced towards the doorframe, meeting the gaze of Mash. Right. I'm sure you're right, Senpai. Mash quickly responded, bobbing her head up and down. There could be something that was keeping Verndari-sensei from acting until we got here. We should at least be able to ask him first. Mordred let out a small grunt and marched through into the apartment. Standing around here twiddling our thumbs isn't going to give us an answer. Come on, master. Let's just find out where this idiot gets off on abandoning their post without telling anyone what they're off to do. Ash's face twisted ever so slightly. It was a minuscule thing. But ignoring the sheer level of disgust was next to impossible. Then it vanished as though it had never been there, changing back into the blank expression as he glanced towards Ritska, then jerked his head for the door. Signaling for himself and Mash to follow in. He did no without much complaint, reminding himself to ask Ash about that face he made as well. But he had some ideas. Stepping into the apartment was much the same as the previous one with the unnamed servant. Ritska let out a brief shudder as the cold air slammed into him. A rather deeply unpleasant chill permeated through the room, cold enough that he should have been able to see his breath. Yet he could not. He chalked it up to some sort of magical cold and followed after Mordred, all of them making their way into the living room. Verndari had his back to them, pacing into the kitchen area and leaning over the sink. Fumbling around with some of the mugs before he heard a sigh echo out from behind the enclosed helmet. You should not have come. Ritska furrowed his brows. Why not? We had quite a lot of you disappear on us. Even without that, there is something wrong with this place. Indeed. Verdnari nodded his head. The hiss of a tap came next and the splash of water, lasting only a few moments before cutting short. The knight turned around with a glass of water held in his hand. That is why you should not have come. Those of us who already made the journey should be considered lost causes. Why? He looked them up and down, frowning deeply. What happened? Nothing. It is not nothing. It is. Enough with this vague crap. Mordred snapped, interrupting the conversation and stabbing a finger towards the knight. You gonna tell us why you came here in the first place? Last I understood the vows of a knight, abandoning your post to run away tended to level a pretty hefty punishment. Ritska glanced at Mordred and bit his tongue. He wanted to chastise her for that because it gave the wrong impression, however. Sharply turning his head away, he closed his eyes and drew in a short breath. If you can just explain what happened, please. Silence from Verndari, then he looked down towards the glass and swirled it around. There is little to be said. It was a scratching on me, or perhaps a knocking feeling. I sensed the distortion, as did many others, and I took hold of it. There was a compulsion telling me to accept, but it was not until I arrived that I understood why I had been summoned here. His head came up. The next words were delivered with a cold weight behind them. It is because I deserve to be here. Ritska blinked once, then twice. And what makes you think that? Because I am and have always been a failure. He jerked as if slapped. The casual nature of his words nearly sent him reeling, but he kept most of the shock off his face, though he still stared in surprise at the way the knight just spoke about himself in that tone of voice. Worse was the fact that Verndari genuinely sounded as though he believed it. Everything about me has always been a failure. In form and in flesh. It was a venomous tone of voice. Ritska nearly flinched at the change in it, despite the fact it was not even aimed towards him. I failed in everything I was charged with. I could defend none of the people. All the knights who became the personal guard of King Vendrick failed him when the time mattered most and when I could have stepped up. Verndari stopped forwards, his free hand flew up and slammed into his breastplate with a sharp crack, fingers curled into a fist, dragged across the steel and making a slow grinding sound as they did. I was a coward, nothing more than a wretch, and it is because of this body has always been my greatest weakness. He was lost. What are you? Whoa. Ducking down, the glass of water sailed over his head and smashed into something behind him. The movement had been remarkably slow for a servant, no faster than a regular person. But it was the fact it happened at all which shocked him. Though that paled in comparison to what Verndari did next. Hands flying upwards, with a snarl that sounded more akin to a wounded animal, the knight gripped the helmet and twisted it to the side, yanking upwards and tearing it from the top of their head. A moment later, they turned their body and drew their arm back, throwing the steel with all their might and embedding it into the wall. Ritska looked back and froze on the spot as the face of Verndari whirled around and glared at him. Frazzled short chestnut hair, barely extending past the ears of the person. Soft features and a dusting of freckles on their face. Ritska felt his mind ground to a halt. That was definitely a girl. He blinked, then felt his mouth drop. You're a. Verndari brought herself up straight and stared at her hands. Glared at them would have been a better word for it. Hazel eyes narrowed into slits as her hands clenched into fists. Look at me. How could I ever protect anything or serve anything when born like this? A mistake, she cried out, swinging her right arm across and slamming it into the cupboard door beside her. The wood offered no resistance and caved inwards within a mere breath. Wood clattered to the floor as the silence ensued. The rage of Verndari's face started to fade away, her expression dropped. I'm cursed. There can be no other words for it. Her voice came out small and pitiful. Ritska still found himself unable to do much more than stare at her. It was a moment of respite he did not let linger. He straightened himself and looked at the night. This doesn't change anything, Verndari. Ritska stated aloud, drawing the eyes of the night to him. I don't care what you are. All I ever cared about was you as a person. A person. She spat back at him. He saw the burning in her pupils come back before her eyes snapped shut. A sharp breath jetted out of her nose as a hiss. She turned away with a loud huff and shook her head. You cannot grasp it. The nature of it all. I would not care one iota, but it was. This body made me into a fiend. Into a liar. Not a single woman was permitted to serve, and yet I spat upon that within the same breath that I took my vows. She whirled back and pointed towards him. I swore to obey the king, and yet I had already betrayed him. I betrayed him and everyone else with my every breath. With every swing of the sword I was a traitor to the very kingdom I pledged loyalty to. Her voice cracked. I betrayed him. Her arm dropped down, her head sunk. He believed in me. I rewarded his trust with betrayal because that is all I can ever do, that is all I am good for. Turning, she leaned forwards and braced her hands against the countertop. Her shoulders fell with a low thud. Just go. Ritska opened his mouth. What the hell are you even talking about? He jerked and looked at Mordred. The knight wore an expression of pure bewilderment. I'm being serious here, what are you talking about? Raising a hand, Mordred pressed it against the flat of her chest and tilted her head. Because I'm feeling pretty damn lost right now. What the hell is the matter that has you freaked out or panicking so much? A failure to declare what's between your legs. Scoffing loudly, the blonde shook her head from side to side. I gotta tell you, that's stupid. Any self-respecting knight doesn't give two shits about that sort of thing. Nowhere in the code of chivalry does it say, must be a man to enter. A beat passed, then Mordred scowled rather heavily and pointed behind her. Ritska followed her finger and found it squarely aimed at the face of Mash. The girl herself looked rather lost with the way she was now being forced into the center of attention. Are you gonna now tell me that she is doing something wrong here? Is her being a knight offensive to your eyes? Mordred's frown only deepened as she lowered her arm. Or what about Gareth? Are you gonna go up to her and tell her that she can't be a knight because she's a woman? Because I'd be very fucking careful about doing that if I were you. Ritska angled his eyebrow at Mordred with the sudden tone. There was no denying what this was, yet seeing it was certainly intriguing in a way. Yet he found himself rather unsurprised by it, the almost protective nature of Mordred's words when Gareth was brought up. He glanced at Verndari. The knight brought up her hand and slammed it down into the counter. Wood cracked as she pressed off and turned about. This has nothing to do with Gareth. She snapped. She is a fine knight. But the laws of her kingdom and the laws of mine are. Then those laws were stupid. Mordred exhaled, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What? You really think it matters at the end of the day which gender is protecting the common folk? Because I will tell you, here and now, that they really do not care, so long as they can see someone out there to defend them. If anything, the fact you got so far is proof that those laws or rules were stupid. Raising her hand, Mordred waved it towards Verndari, gesturing up and down before lowering it and turning to him. Go on. You've known them longer than me. First I've met them and this bullshit is already pissing me off. It took him a second to realize the verbal floor had been passed over to him. Blinking, he changed view from Mordred to Verndari and thinned his lips. I mean, I would have phrased it differently, but yeah. He shrugged. I've seen you go above and beyond. If anything, we've long since passed the point where it's clear that a knight is a knight. Gender doesn't even factor into the final accounting of how good a knight they are. I mean, we have Sir Gareth, Sir Sanora and... He paused for a moment, then waved a hand. Well, you've met both of the Artorias. Verndari hissed through her teeth, drawing in a sharp breath. It is not about the competency, it is about the principle. I ignored the express command of my king in putting myself forwards and... Then, Ritska inhaled, debating whether he should say the next words. He looked at Verndari. Then he decided to go ahead with it. Then maybe he might have been mistaken. He raised his hands hesitantly when he saw the look flash through the eyes of the knight. Hear me out. If you were to reveal you were a woman to him right at the end, do you really believe he would turn around and say that everything you had done, everything you had achieved, was now worthless because of the fact you were a woman? Ritska frowned. Do you really think that all your years of service can be ignored because you're not quite the same as all your peers? Because anyone who can just do that, well, I'm not you so I can't say how I would react but, I've never cared. He pointed to himself. I'm not your king, so I can't say either way, but I truly do not care what gender you are. Verndari stared at him. Whatever anger was still in her eyes faded away, her head lowered and her face became shadowed. Please go. It was a quiet voice, so faint he almost did not hear it. Ritska watched her, then slowly nodded his head. All right, but Verndari, we are going to come back for you. I want you to remember that. We're coming back and returning to Chaldea. All of us. He moved for the door, pausing only briefly as he looked back and saw Mash take a couple steps towards Verndari. She was silent as she stared at the chestnut-haired woman, then she spoke. Verndari-sensei, I'm not sure I understand all that bothers you, it's still very new to me but... Mash took in a short breath, then spoke her next words clearly. I still think I have a lot to learn from you so, I hope that you will come back with us. Verndari said nothing, nor did she react. Mash waited for a moment longer, then turned and followed him out of the room. As he walked past Shiki and Ash, he barely caught wind of their conversation. Does this happen often? It goes either way. Huh. He was not surprised that Romani had called him a few moments after he left. We registered Verndari's spirit origin still there. Did everything go all right? Ritska rolled his jaw. I think that she has a lot to think about. He replied slowly. It's a work in progress but I'm sure that she will come around. Romani exhaled and nodded his head. That's a relief the she. Huh, I wouldn't have figured. Ritska sent him a small look. The doctor raised his hands and waved them from side to side. I didn't mean anything bad by it, I just meant that, never mind. I'm going to stop talking before I put my foot into my mouth or something. Did she have anything to say about the place? He welcomed the change in topic. Yeah, she said that she felt drawn to this place. Like someone had summoned her. Which is probably the same for the others who ended up here as well. Romani hummed, leaning back and drumming his fingers. We figured it would be something like that. By we, I mean Leo but yeah, though it's nice to have some confirmation. Anything else? Was there anything else? There was. I think there is something happening with their heads here. The man on the screen blinked, then furrowed his brows. How do you figure? Ritska rolled his jaw. It might just be me, but Verndari kept her gender a secret from the moment she was summoned and never once brought it up. Then she just announces it within mere moments and demands to be left behind. Shaking his head, he looked over at Mash. That doesn't sound like Verndari to me. Mash matched his expression with one of her own. No, it does not sound like Verndari-sensei to me either. Not that she does not feel those things, I do not know if she does or not but... Raising his hands to scratch his neck, Romani grunted. If those emotions always existed but she's just bringing them up now, the previous servant got aggressive regarding his personal troubles and now this one, I'm going to ask Lord El Meloy to come up and have a look. Clicking his finger, Ritska pointed at the screen. Good idea. He'll probably have something to figure out about this. In the meantime, see if you can get more info from the other servants you meet, but watch out. Got it. The screen clicked off. Ritska lowered his arm and placed his hands on his hips, exhaling. Senpei. Sorry if this is a silly question. He glanced over, seeing the hesitation on Mash's face. But I'm not sure that I understand why Vrindari-sensei was so upset. Ritska looked over at her. Sure enough, Mash had her brows drawn tight together and her lips pressed thin. He supposed how it would be confusing, even for him it was a little tough to wrap his head around. She did a lot of good, but then she did something bad in order to do it. Even if he personally didn't agree that she had done something wrong, she had been raised into believing that there was a set life for her and she went against that in order to do what she wanted. Wow, that put the previous advice he had gotten from them in an entirely new light as well. For someone like Vrindari, I would say that a good act does not wash away a bad, nor does a bad act spoil the good. Mash blinked and wet her lips. Then, all Vrindari-sensei can see is the fact that she did something bad in order to do something good. Yeah, but that isn't, Mash trailed off, raising a hand and turning her head. He watched her shuffle a little, moving her hand across and towards her shoulder. He spied the ball of white fur that shifted between her cheeks and her shoulder and twitched on her. The shielder rubbing her fingers over the top of Fu. That does not seem fair to me, senpei. Vrindari-sensei achieved a lot of things but. Ritska sighed. Sometimes people can be complicated about that. All we can do is accept it. Vrindari was just raised in a different life to us but I am thankful that she did what she did. I'm sure that despite what she said, she doesn't regret it either. If the way they spoke last time held any measure, then it was clear that Vrindari never considered any other life as being worthwhile for her. That was why he was convinced there was something else at play here. And he was definitely going to get to the bottom of that. Hey! The voice behind him brought his attention over his shoulder, raising a brow as Shiki paced closer towards him. Right behind her he could see Ash still shadowing her. Green eyes briefly glanced to him before they returned to the woman. Yeah, do you regularly have to deal with something like that? He stopped walking and turned to Shiki. Like what? Shiki frowned. Servants acting like that, doesn't that get bothersome? Bothersome. He spoke as if tasting the word, then soured his expression. You make it sound like it is some sort of chore for me to hear them out. She angled her head. Isn't it? It might be to some people. Denying that would have been stupid of him, he was aware of his own patience. But I've never really thought about it like that. We all have our own problems, so I don't see a problem with setting aside some of my time to hear them out. Huh. With a short noise, Shiki frowned. That sounds like it would take up a lot of time though. Aren't you contracted to a lot of servants? Do you spend your time listening to all of them when they have problems like that? I try. He shrugged his shoulders. I know it's a lot of effort but it's hardly like getting to know people is easy to begin with. I think it's worth it in the end, for the most part. Most part, huh? Shiki pocketed her hands, then walked towards him, moving past and standing by his side. Her eyes fixed on something in the distance, then she turned her head and looked down at him. You're a strange kid, you know that. Kid. Ritska raised a brow. I'm pretty sure that you're not that much older than me. Still older. She replied without so much as blinking, but he could have sworn there was the barest hint of a smile on her lips. Yet it was such a small thing that he could well have been mistaken with that. But you didn't say anything about me being wrong. He supposed he didn't. I don't think I'm weird. He muttered, raising a hand and scratching the back of his head. Just that my circumstances are a little odd, maybe that's why I seem weird. I've not really put a lot of thought into that. Maybe you should. Meh. A shrug. Sounds like a lot of work to him. Shiki stared at him, then furrowed her brows. He couldn't fight back the smile. I'm just rolling with the punches. You get punched a lot then, huh? The smile slowly slipped off his face. He turned and started to walk. Yeah, I do. Garden of Order, v. Another room full of corpses. Ash tore his sword from the remains and tossed the latest body aside, stepping further into the room and sweeping his eyes along the interior. There was little evidence that anything beside the shambling bodies inhabited this place, at least before the arrival of their group. Satisfied, he sheathed his sword back onto the hilt mounted on his back and turned away, striding back out of the apartment and passing Mash as he did so, emerging to the pathway and turning on Ritska and the others. Shaking his head from side to side at the expectant look from the master. Ritska's disappointment showed, but he nodded his head all the same. Were you thinking there might have been another one of your missing friends in there or something? Shiki commented with a jerk of her head towards the door he had just exited. Ritska looked a touch abashed at her question, then sighed and waved a hand. Yeah, I know it was probably being too hopeful, but with 10 floors and 50-odd rooms to clear out, I would have hoped to meet up with some of them sooner, especially if the same thing has happened to them as with Vrindari. The concern for the allies was apparent. Ash turned from him and nodded down the path. We make little progress in standing here. I would advise we push on. MMMMH. A small hum of affirmation and little else. Ash glanced back and read the expression of the boy. A skill he was far from adept at, but the worry was naked to even him. Yet that was all it was. Worry for his allies and nothing else, no sign of the previous shock that had coated his every feature, the soul-splitting terror which had painted his face. It wasn't there, but that did not mean it didn't exist. And that it would not emerge at the slightest hint. Ritska caught him staring, stopping after the first step and tilting his head. Something else, Ash. No. He turned around and started walking. Nothing. Nothing worth discussing here and now, is what his words truly meant. Especially not in front of those he was not completely comfortable in exposing weakness around. This Shiki had yet to address the panic on Ritska during the first encounter, but he would not have been surprised if she noticed. Yet on the chance she had not, he was not going to bring it up in front of her and expose the problem for exploitation. Footsteps rapidly approached from behind, the clacking of heeled boots. Mash. Yet they moved past where he believed Ritska to be standing and got closer to him. He internally frowned. Externally, he glanced to the right where they grew loudest. She came into his line of sight not even a few moments later. Staring up at him through her lone uncovered eye. Should you not be standing guard over Ritska? Sir Mordred can manage that for a minute or so, Ash Sand. He was not quite sure his face could truly convey just what he thought about those words, but it must have been rather close to his feelings, given the way Mash's expression twisted between disapproval and hesitance. Sir Mordred is a servant of Senpei, Ash Sand. It was interesting how she could speak those words as if they held any true weight behind them. Or if they were supposed to be a reasonable excuse for why it was perfectly safe to leave Ritska alone. And Arthur was their king. He replied, turning from her and avoiding the reaction, yet he could feel the wince jolt from her. Mordred has even fewer reasons to be loyal to Ritska. So I believe it justifiable that I am uncomfortable with leaving his safety to the hands of a known traitor and an unknown servant who could kill with nothing more than a flick of her wrist. Mash was silent, he imagined the argument over. But she did not move from her spot at his side. Rather, he felt the weight of her stare on the side of his head heavier than ever. It lasted for seconds longer than he thought it would have. Eventually, his eyes slid over to her and he glanced down, meeting her gaze and finding it full of steel. It seemed she was going to stand by her words. Sir Mordred helped us in London. Out of an obligation to her land. He replied without a moment of hesitation, stopping in front of the next door and reaching out. Clasping the handle and pulling it outwards. Despite the fact the door was supposed to push in. A sharp crack and then a clatter of wood, the hinges burst from their joints and screws fell to the floor. The door was tossed aside a moment later and he raised the flat of his hand to the door. The undead inside howled and surged forwards. Black flames tore from his grip and flooded the interior, the corpse vanished in the flash of heat and darkness. He heard the final screeches barely louder than the growl of the fire, but only just. He inhaled as the remnants of the bodies joined with him, the rush of strength as the energy of the undead became his own. He closed his hand and lowered it back down, staring down the charred corridor and the dregs of flame that clung to the mangled walls and blackened flooring. Where not even bones remained of the previous occupants, nothing more than dust. Because by her own metric, it is her land and she would never allow another to threaten it. You cannot rule a kingdom if the kingdom does not exist. Paying no heed to the room, he turned and resumed walking. Mash came back to his side a moment or two later. That is cynical. That is based on what I know of her. He glanced down and brought his right hand up, drumming his index finger on his temple. And I know much. The hand dropped back down and his eyes locked with Mash's. Despite all of that, she still maintained her gaze and did not break. Clearly not even the knowledge that he understood the complete history of Mordred's past did little to sway her from the belief that they could trust the saber. Do you think the same of everyone? He raised a brow at the question. Not all. Though it would depend on the individual. Turning, he resumed the walk. Do you have an example for me to explain? Mash did not give an immediate reply, but she came upon his side once more and gazed up at him with slightly narrowed eyes. Aren't you friends with C.U. Chalain? Ash kept his face schooled. We are not friends, he responded after a moment, then shook his head from side to side. Though I will admit that of the servants of Chaldea, he is one of those I have more positive feelings towards. Though admittedly, that is approval based upon my previous criteria for whether someone leads a worthwhile life. Mash stepped forwards. Then isn't that more reason to give Sir Mordred another chance? He finished, then curled his lip. I am not so desperate to reevaluate my life as to give the likes of them a second glance. I have seen all that is worth seeing. Worse, Mordred is unapologetic for her role. Or have you asked her whether she laments her actions? Perhaps Camelot was in the midst of decline and Sir Lancelot's treason certainly did not improve the situation. He pointed at Mash, she glanced at the finger, then towards him. But it was still Mordred who ended the kingdom through a brutal revolt. Thousands were slain and the kingdom was utterly ruined. Decades of strife followed in the wake and the land which had been made whole was shattered into petty groups, all vying for success. Ash pulled his arm back and took a breath to steady his nerves. He could feel the anger pulse through him the more he spoke, it was an easy thing to draw upon. That burning feeling deep in his gut when he even thought about Mordred or what her actions brought about. Not even solely limited to Mordred, there were others at Chaldea who drew such thoughts from him. Many others. Mash was staring at him still, her lone visible eye widened for a moment before it sharply turned. Even if that is true, Ash-san. She spoke in a quiet voice, yet it was one that lost none of the strength. Sir Mordred still agreed to a summon by Senpei. She still decided to come and help us save history. Maybe you can't approve of what happened with Camelot, but isn't it worth looking at that and seeing it for what it is? Good deeds do not cleanse away sins. The words slipped easily into his mind, yet he could not pin down where he had heard them before. Nor do sins stain good deeds. Even if this action of Sir Mordred's is not based on some hidden desire, does that mean the tragedy of Camelot should be forgotten? That I should turn a blind eye to all that it entails when entrusting others' safety to her? It is the principle of the matter, if one cannot trust a knight to uphold their duty, then what can you trust them with? Mash was silent for a moment. Then she exhaled. If you cannot trust Sir Mordred, then what about Senpei? He knows all of that as well and he is fine with being around them. It seemed it was his turn to be silent. He could not formulate an immediate response to that, because Mash was correct with her words. Ritska knew exactly what Mordred was like and knew of her past, even having summoned two different versions of King Arthur, and he was still showing no signs of alarm in walking with her. Terror could be seen, but he was beginning to suspect it was directed not towards Mordred, but to some unpleasant memory. London, perhaps. No, it was London. In which case, he could consider the judgment of Ritska to be emotionally compromised based upon his perceived failure during the events of the Singularity. No, even before all that. There were Mash's words. Trust. He parroted the word and stopped walking for a brief moment, his eyes flickered to the side and his brows dropped down. face going blank as he sorted the swirl of emotions that particular word seemed to elicit from him. Trust. That word holds less value for me than you would think. Mash stepped in front of him. Both she and Fu looked back with fixed stares, unblinking and expectant. I used to trust my purpose when I was raised. Then that was wrong. Mash thinned her lips. Then I trusted I understood humanity, then I was wrong. Her eyes broke from his. Then I trusted in my own duty. That was wrong too. His eyes closed. Then I trusted I understood the nature of the gods against humanity, and now that is wrong. Opening his eyes, he walked past the girl and further on. Trust. All I trust is that Ritsuko wants to live. And that was really all there was to it. Ritsuko wanted to live. That had been the sole constant he had encountered during his life thus far, the one thing that he was sure would never change. He stopped walking and lowered his head. Why do you trust him? Why do I trust Senpai? Ash turned and nodded his head, looking past her and towards the spot where Ritsuko and the others trailed behind them. His eyes met the boy as he ducked towards the door and stared at the interior of the apartment Ash had incinerated. A flicker of a grimace crossed the face of the teen before he leaned back and spoke with Shiki about something, then shook his head. Ash looked down at Mash and raised a brow. Is it just because you are a servant? Mash thinned her lips and shook her head. No, that is not the only reason, but if you were to ask why I trusted Senpai. She turned and looked over her shoulder. Her answer came as a near whisper. You say he wants to live, but he held my hand, when doing it would mean he might die. Ash raised a brow at her words, then glanced past at Ritsuko as the teen approached them. So I trust Senpai. Mash turned back and looked up at him. Because Senpai, he was nice to me. For so simple a reason. He grunted and turned back around, striding further and looking towards one of the windows of the apartment. He leaned forwards and thrust his hand, shattering the glass as his fist buried into the interior. He gripped the curtains and yanked outwards, splaying the remains of the windowsill over the pathway and then leaning forwards to look around inside. His eyes dropped down. It was a wet hacking sound from one of the corpses. He stared blankly at the small form, then reached down and wrapped his hand around the head. He squeezed until it broke with a splat, then pulled his arm back out. You trust him to really be better than those at Chaldea. Rather than an argument, he was instead greeted with a baffled blink. Better than. What do you mean by that? Ash frowned and opened his mouth to respond. Too slow, he supposed, as Ritsuko was upon them at that moment with his arm raised. I know you like to go on ahead, but at least wait for us before you start punching windows. The words trailed off, blue eyes lowered towards Ash's right side into the arm. He followed the gaze and brought his hand up, staring at the remains of the gray matter staining his gauntlet, or the sickly old blood which dripped from between his fingers. He whipped his hand to the side, removing most of the more obvious signs of violence from his person, then looked back to Ritsuko. I sensed no presence of servants within the apartments I cleared. Ritsuko was still silent. Then he jerked and shook his head, eyes returning to Ash and a frown on his face. Even if that is the case, I'd rather we all go in together rather than one or two at a time. Especially if you encounter the weird snake monster again. Or if it's an assassin concealing their presence, you could just kick a door in and then wind up with a knife in your face for the trouble. It was not a point he could refute. Better I get wounded than someone who could perish from it. Shiki shrugged. You'd die if I stabbed you in the face. Heads turned and stared at her in silence. The woman raised a brow. I'm just saying. Anyway. Ritsuko, still sending a wary look at Shiki, spoke once more and then shifted his attention back towards him. Just keep close with us and make sure if you do sense a servant, you at least hang back until we can get there, alright? As you command. Ritsuko gave a single nod of the head. Thanks, I take it we've had nothing but undead so far then. Glancing back to the room he had just punched a hole into, Ash glanced to the interior and leaned forwards. Examining the remains once more before eyeing the shadows for further movement. Evidently there was only a single occupant that had existed in that place. Indeed, the hollows remained the sole form of life save for the two servants. Ritska scratched his chin. Not great but, well, it's off to the next floor so we might have some more luck there. Mordred grunted and adjusted Clarent. Weird to hope we encounter more. What are you gonna do if they're like that last one? They meant Verndari. And it was a question worth asking. With a thoughtful look, the scratch transitioned into a chin cup and then a sigh. Ritska lowered the hand and frowned. I'd say we'll deal with that problem when we come upon it, but I'm not sure. Could use a command seal to find out what's going on at least. Probably should have used one with Verndari, admittedly. She was emotionally unstable. Ash excused with a shake of the head. And would have more than likely responded with violence. And others won't. Ritska huffed, folding his arms. If someone is messing with their minds, then they probably don't want anyone giving out some info on that, and the snake could be used to clear up loose ends. A troublesome thought, especially as the mystery of how it moved about the apartment without him sensing it remained prevalent. Seems like something you can't do much good just thinking about, Shiki said, tilting her head and looking towards Ritska. You should probably just risk it. Worst case scenario is that if the snake comes out, we can all just kill it before it gets away. The idea held merit. Ash inclined his head towards Shiki. I would support the assessment. Ritska turned a sharp eye onto him. That means using the servant as bait. It does. Ash admitted, seeing no reason to lie. But this is still speculation. A faint wince, then a sigh. Yeah, no guarantee. That sounded far from convincing. The hesitation nearly brought a comment out of him. Perhaps it would have done if Mordred did not growl and stomp forwards, shouldering past Ritska and waving a hand past him. We gonna stand around here all day. I thought time was of the essence here. No sense leaving all our allies at the mercy of some crackpot mage, Loath as he might have been to agree with her, he would admit that Mordred's words held some trace amount of wisdom. He kept his eyes on Ritska to witness what manner of reaction he would have, then saw the faint nod of the head. The boy took in a breath and started to move forwards. Yeah, next floor it is. The next floor, Ritska found, was rather like the first. He watched in a muted silence as Shiki flipped over a couple zombies, landed on her feet and then spun around, slicing them down in the same movement and gazing down at their perfectly bifurcated bodies. Her shining blue eyes darted up to meet his own. He froze for a split second. The blue faded and was replaced with dull gray. He realized he had stopped breathing, letting air return to his lungs and moving forwards, stepping around the bodies and trying to avoid looking down at them. Or commenting on how badly they smelled. Or that they smelled in the first place. You're really good. Shiki raised a brow and angled her head. In what sense? In general or at killing? He winced, then waved his right hand back and forth. I meant at fighting. So killing. She bluntly surmised, he would not have phrased it like that. The two are linked, sure, but, fighting. What's the point of fighting if you aren't going to be killing? She spoke of it so innocently as well, but it was not the first time he had heard something like that. He rolled his lips and glanced away from her for a brief moment. Deciding it was either a good idea or a bad plan waiting to happen if he were to have her and Alma meet face to face. He wasn't sure if the two of them would get along or not. It was difficult to tell. Some people like sparring. Shiki was silent, then she hummed and nodded her head. I suppose, but shouldn't you be acting as if every blow in spar can kill? Otherwise it won't prepare you for a real fight when the time comes. He snorted, then shook his head. Sounds like the sort of thing that Scathach would say. A tilt of the head. They sound smart. She's very good at what she does. Killing. Ritska stopped just short of replying, namely because he wanted to say she was correct but without it coming across as if that was the only thing that Scathach was good at. Though it was what she was evidently the best at, beyond teaching. He supposed both of the Cu Chilanes would have agreed with her words if they were here. She's good at fighting. He settled on, it didn't sound nearly as morbid or one note. At least, he thought it didn't. Shiki gave him a measuring look, then turned her head from him. I had a lot of practice. He blinked, then angled his head. Pardon, you said I was good at fighting. Shiki explained. I had a lot of practice. Hard not to when you have eyes like mine. So not using them for their purpose would have been strange. So it only makes sense that I know what I'm doing when I use them. You didn't consider anything else. Shiki raised a brow at him. Do you disapprove? Did he? Ritsuka thought for a moment before he shrugged. I'm not sure where I would stand either way on the matter. Just a little curious if you didn't think there was anything else that you would have been able to do beyond killing, but there are some people who are a bit more active than others. Another pause. Also, I'm not going to fault you if you're using your eyes to do this sort of thing. What if I used them for more than just killing undead? Well, that would be different. He replied with a shake of the head. But I'm not the law and I don't know who you've been killing or why. Without any of that, then what would I even be able to argue? Silence. Shiki tilted her head and turned to face him properly, hands slipping into her pockets. You're quite comfortable. Ritsuka stopped. What? He had a sick feeling he knew what she meant. Shiki furrowed her brows a touch. I talk about killing things, killing people, and killing other undead that could have been like your servant over there and you just nod your head and accept it all. Did he? Was that how it came across? He mumbled to himself, then grimaced and looked to the side. Maybe it was how he came across. I'd be a hypocrite if I started lambasting you for killing people, I suppose. That earned a slow blink from Shiki, then a gradual tilt of the head. Servants are humans. Ritsuka nearly scoffed at that. Instead he started walking again and cast a side eye at Shiki as he walked past. Does it make a difference? They talk, walk, breathe and act like everyone else. Dead or not, it doesn't matter. They're people to me, so that's just how it is. Shiki was striding beside him once again, though his gaze was fixed solely to the front, he could feel that she was staring at the side of his head. Thinking like that is just going to hurt you. Servants have already died once before. So, he breathed out with a shake of the head. They're here now. Just because they might be able to come back, am I supposed to just treat that as nothing? As if. He sharply turned. I don't like thinking about them in that way. You're strange for a mage. Ritsuka huffed at that. I think the word you're looking for is terrible. No, not terrible. Shiki spoke as if she was correcting him. Just strange. I'm a guy walking through a haunted apartment with people pulled from the pages of history and a lady who has magic eyes that kill things. He turned a wry look onto her and raised a brow, offering a lopsided smirk. I think there's very little about this situation that could be considered normal. Yes, but you're still strange. Guess I am. Shiki frowned. That's not a bad thing, you know. Everyone can be a little bit strange sometimes. Compared to some of the strange people I've met, you're not one of the type that I don't like. You're odd. Just odd. I'm sure that I'll eventually figure out why you're so odd though. Well, thanks, I guess. Another round of silence, then she raised a brow at him. Do you do this sort of thing often then? Zombie apartments are a first for me. A raised brow. Just the apartments. Ritsuka felt his features shift, he waved a hand and frowned. Yeah, we've sort of had past encounters with undead before. There was this whole town in France that got turned into undead because of this curse. Then there were the wyverns on top of that. They were a real problem, so yeah, zombies and wyverns were a menace. We did encounter an entire city of undead creatures. He stopped for a minute to rack his mind, scratching the back of his neck, then shuddered at the memory of something else. And then there was the servant version of an undead curse made by a god. He turned towards Shiki. She was blinking at him, then tilted her head and pinched her lips. Looking as though she wanted to say something for a couple of seconds, her mouth shifted before she rolled her lips inwards and turned from him. Eventually she gave a single nod. That sounds rather troublesome. He could only huff at the way she spoke about all of it, shaking his head and looking onwards. Well, we've definitely had some bumps along the way. So it seems. Mordred was starting to get a little tired of killing some shambling emaciated corpses. Especially because any servant getting bogged down by this rabble definitely wasn't worth rescuing. If they struggled against this lot. Her lip curled in disgust behind her helmet as she stared at the stains along the length of Clarent, whipping the sword to the side and splattering the excess upon the ground. She shouldered it once again and continued her march forwards, sparing a brief glance over her shoulder to where her master was. Still talking with the servant. She had no idea what the deal was with that one. They acted like they didn't care but still put in the effort. At least they seemed to be able to take care of themselves, so they weren't dead weight. But it wasn't so much the servant as it was the fact that everyone else had seemed to forget that there was literally nothing confirmed about them aside from their name. Even that brought nothing to Mordred. Was Ryugi Shiki their true name? Yeah, it clicked in her mind. That didn't mean she'd ever heard of someone like that before. Her pace slowed as she let the pair behind her catch up, trying not to alarm them that she was still keeping an eye out. Rather, it was stupid that she was even needing to do this in the first place. For all the crap that guy had been giving her about being a traitor or whatever, he was perhaps a few meters ahead talking with Shieldy about something and completely ignoring the fact he'd left his master with an unknown and a person he clearly didn't trust. Which meant that he was definitely some sort of idiot. As much as it might have pissed her off, she could at least partially understand why he would have felt that way. But that meant what he was doing was unacceptable. She looked across, her master and Shiki was staring at her. What? She grunted to them, having not heard a single thing they had said, if they had said anything at all. I was wondering if something was the matter. Her master continued on, frowning and looking over at her with an expression that was very easy to place. She had to hold herself back from slapping him over the top of the head for even thinking about looking at her like that. As if he was some parent looking over their kid or whatever. I'm fine. She snapped back, then narrowed her eyes. I'm just waiting for you to stop dragging your slow ass. In case you haven't noticed, this ain't exactly the best place to sit down and have a conversation, master. She drawled the word out, looking for a reaction. A wince was what she got. He glanced down and then nodded his head. Yeah, my bad. And then he looked back up and walked past her. So long as you're all right then. What is that supposed to mean? She stood before him, looking up with narrowed eyes. A grinding filled her ears as her helmet snapped back, letting him get a full view of her expression. Fierce enough that he looked a bit lost for a second. Freezing up and staring at her, but then there was something else. He looked as if he was in a completely different place. Looking through her rather than at her. He jolted backwards and then jerked, looking down at her and blinking. She wasn't sure which of them was more confused about what just transpired. With an audible click, he snapped his jaw shut and took in a breath. Sorry, he mumbled quietly, then spoke a bit louder before she could tell him to raise his voice. I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't paying attention and didn't know if you'd sensed something or had a problem. There didn't seem to be any sign of falsehood on him. He had a pretty stupid face that was rather easy to read, which was why even if he wasn't telling her any lies, it was clear that he was keeping something back. She grunted and stepped out of his path, giving a single snort and cracking a sharp smirk. If anything pops up, master, you'll probably be the first to know. Besides, I doubt either of those two knuckleheads up there have actually realized how far ahead they've gone from all of. Servant. It was a shout that had her neck swinging about so quickly she heard her bones click, as if locking in place when she came to a halt. Ritsuka had bounded forth the moment the shout left his lips. He turned his head towards the direction of the sprinting teen. The boy slid to a halt right in front of them and spun around to face the door. His arm came up a moment later, the communicator flashed to life, the face of Romani appeared nary a moment later. Confirmed the words of Ash. You have a servant signature beyond the door. The master turned on the man. From Chaldea. A brief moment of hesitation, then a slow shake of the head. Sorry. It's not a servant signature that we have recorded as summoned. Though it does register as an assassin-class servant, but it's damaged. Ash narrowed his eyes ever so slightly, turning back on the door and stepping forwards, gazing at it as though he could see beyond to the servant who resided within. Damaged how? Came the expected question from Ritsuka. The Saint graph shows signs of damage. That's the best way it can be described. The effects are rather obvious. As if someone has just sliced parts of it out. The result of an attack. So they're hurt then. Some sort of fight. Possibly. Romani did not outright dismiss it, but there was no denying the caution in his voice. More than likely, but we don't know the circumstances around the damage. Between the undead and everything else, they could have had an altercation with another servant of Chaldea. Ritska, as expected, shook his head. But we can't confirm that, can we? So, all right, we'll head on inside. Be careful. The unspoken command of Ritska was all Ash truly required, stepping forwards and moving his hand towards the door. His fingers paused just a second before they laid themselves upon the handle. Something stopped him just short, a growing sense of unease. His eyes lowered themselves further down, towards the base of the door, and then he dropped down into a crouch. Moving his free hand and resting his fingers in the slight gap between the floor and the wood. Cold. It was cold. And if he could feel it as cold, then that meant what was beyond the door was approaching inhospitable to human life. Rising back up, he turned on Ritska and held up the flat of his hand towards the boy. Earning a raised brow but a patient tilt of the head. I can sense the cold beyond the door. The implications are not promising. Ritska caught on quickly, the grimace was proof of it. Ash predicted the next actions. Ritska would shake his head and agree while still claiming the need for him to investigate. Though all while allowing for either himself or Mash to take the lead with him following just after them. That doesn't sound great, but we still need to get in there and have a look. Either the servant is hostile, or not. We will still get some information out of it. Ash kept his face steady, then turned without further words and rested his hand on the door handle. Twisting it and pushing forwards, the door creaked as he pushed it open. His other hand rested on Galvatine and thumbed at the hilt of the blade, not drawing it immediately but ready in case any of the shadows moved in a way he considered hostile. The first step was a faint crunch under boot. He stopped and lowered his gaze to where the carpet would have been. Instead he pulled his foot to the side and stared at the print in the frost-covered ground. The thin layer of ice and snow shifted under his weight as he straightened up. Another step carried him forwards into the hallway. His left hand twitched ever so slightly, raising it up and holding it level with his head, curling his fingers and pushing a note of strength into his palm. Fires bubbled away, flickering but bright, enough to illuminate the hallways, all wreathed in shadow until his entry. Holding it up, he glanced along the walls of the corridor, the peeling paper which had once decorated the apartment, revealing the old and rotten wood underneath. Disrepair. It was the only word he could use to describe this place, which avoided calling it a ruin. Further his steps carried him onwards, only the crackle of the fire in his palm and the soft crunch of his footsteps served as his companions. None of the others had decided to follow him in, or if they had done so he could not focus on them alone. Nor was he going to turn his back and see if they had decided they would join him in the scouting. A shadow moved in the darkness. He stopped and tensed himself. The movement was slow and meandering, without any sense of urgency or sign of concealment. It moved without concern. The owner either one of confidence or resignation. He could sense the servant just as they could doubtless sense him. If they held the power of an assassin and were so simple to reveal themselves. Perhaps they were more injured than had been initially assumed. Before he could call out to them, they spoke first. Is someone there? The voice stopped him dead, his body locked up. Once more, the voice called into the darkness, this time with a tentative edge to it. Mine ears never fail me. I know thou art there. Please, I never would thou harm. I bid only that thou speak so that I might know I am not devoid of mine wits. He did not speak. But he did step closer, the edge returned to his steps and they carried forth with a quicker pace. He closed on the shadow and moved into what had once been the living room. Even with the cursory glance he spared it, he saw nothing more than rotten ruin and the cold embrace of ice around them. Twisted furniture and decaying chairs. His eyes found the source of the shadow swiftly, holding his hand up and bathing them in low light. Hunched over as they were, they still approached his own height and twitched ever so slightly, turning from the flame as they sensed the warmth of it. A pull of their head hid it from view, but he did not need to see their face to know who they were. Thus he stood in silence, standing over them as they curled into the corner of the room, shuffling ever so slightly and twisting themselves, going so far as to show their back to him. As if they had no sense of worry for what manner of allegiance he would hold. His teeth clenched together, his jaw worked side to side. Thou are here now, yet thou never speak. Should thee not be here for conversation, then I bid thou finish thy intent swiftly. She did not even sound upset or frustrated. Just that cold acceptance. Would she do nothing even as he stood here? Would she not turn and face him? His eyes narrowed and he took another cautious step forwards, holding his flame above himself and looking down. It would be a swift thing to end her. He should do just that. For what she did to him, even through ignorance. For the door she had opened in his mind and the blight she laid at not just his feet, but at the feet of Chaldea. He should have. Who could truly blame him? And would it not be so easy to do just that? Just to reach out with his right hand and close it around her throat. To squeeze until she shifted no longer. Romani had said she was weakened. He could see it now, feel it. Vulnerable. And she would deserve it. His right hand came up, moving away from his sword and reaching out towards her. Who could have blamed him? All servants who were here, and not allied with Chaldea, served as the cause of this mess. Thus it would only be natural for him to expunge their presence in the most expedient way. And if she was hostile, then it was easy to do it now, while she was still meek to confrontation. A better chance might never arise. His fingers stopped just shy of touching her. Was that the only reason he was going to kill her? It was an insidious thought, he justified it easily in his mind. The pragmatic reason for slaying her before she could pose a threat. But was that truly the only reason? You felt good, didn't you? She hurt you, you hurt her. That's all the reason you need. His fingers clenched into a fist, drawing his arm back to his side with such speed that it slammed to his body with a sharp crack. A clank of metal against metal. He shifted and brought his cape over the limb, concealing it away from the world. He gazed down and ground his teeth. It was pragmatic to kill her. But he could feel the urgency, that was unlike him. No. Was it so personal for him to slay her? And was it because her way of life disgusted him so greatly? Even this cold reminded him of it, of what she had tried to make. Of what she had excused. Even if he was mistaken on some aspects of humanity, he could never be mistaken in seeing this place for what it was. A true and pure flaw in creation. Something that should not exist and was better off gone. She carried that within her. That cursed land. Looking at her now made his soul burn. Flickers of emotions waded through his mind a dozen at a time. A swirling mess which was almost sickening. No, it just was. It made his body recoil. He stepped backwards and turned around, ignoring the immediate danger and marching back towards the still open door, the light which pierced the darkness and cast shadows into the apartment. He could see them crowding around, gazing back at him as he emerged from the shroud of shadows. Ash stopped just shy of exiting and whipped his arm down, snuffing the flame and gazing at the faces staring back at him. Perhaps there was some emotion he was showing, because the moment he stepped forwards, some of them shifted and tensed, acting as if he was mere seconds away from launching an attack. It gave him a brief pause. His eyes closed and he let out a breath, turning his head back to the interior and jerking it forwards. The servant is Priscilla. He turned back and was met with silent stares. Masha's eyes quickly turned on Ritska, his own soon followed. The expression of the teenager was difficult to place, his emotions had slipped clean off and showed only a blank canvas. Then he started walking forwards, moving into the apartment and giving no acknowledgement that the cold was even affecting him. Ash held up his arm in front of the boy, stopping his progress. Turning his eyes down on the master, he waited for a response. Ritska was still looking past him, focus set above his raised arm and further into the room. A slight squint into the darkness, searching for where Priscilla was. Senpai. Mash approached from behind, reaching out and placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. It earned no response from him. Even after she gave him a little jostle, as if that would bring him back into the world from whatever place his mind currently operated. It was as though he was somewhere else entirely, but certainly not in the present. Ash frowned ever so slightly. I just want to talk. It sounded small. He lowered his arm slowly and cleared the path, turning back around and leading onwards. If that was what Ritska wanted, then he would not deny them. Besides, it worked to stem his mind for a moment, giving him an excuse not to kill her, and he clung to that like a lifeline. It halted the answer that would have been given to him if he had wrapped his hands around her neck at least. Once more, they were back in the remains of the living room. Pryzika remained unmoved from where she had last been, huddled in the corner, furred tail curled around her body protectively and otherwise unmoved. Then she twitched, turning slightly in the darkness. He heard her let out a breath. It was a shaken thing, as though she was breathing raw emotion. A meaning he could not decipher. Raising his hand, he brought fire into his palm once more. The lighting of the room rose. "Thou art not the like as the other whom was here." Her voice came slowly, tentative. She did not turn completely, but she had shifted enough to grant a slight view of the side of her head. Ritska stepped forwards a little further. Ash matched him point for point, ensuring he was still in a position to act if she were to try anything. Priscilla took in another breath, her body tensed. "Thou are, this feeling." Ritska met her with silence. Ash glanced at the face and at the eyes still set down upon the woman. "Hast we met upon one another ere?" she questioned, but there was a touch of desperation to her words. "Thy soul is familiar, may thee not keep silent. I would like to hear thou speak." Ritska took in a breath and exhaled. We've met, though you probably don't remember." A distant tone, hollow and cracked. Priscilla turned further, her head moved to the light. Seconds passed and then Ritska recoiled. Ash found himself leaning back ever so slightly. At the dried blood which streaked down the pale cheeks, at the searching expression she sent their way, and at the trail of red which ended at her eyes, the claw marks which showed clear what had befallen and why she had not been staring at them. For it would have been utterly pointless to face them when her eyes were missing. Clawed from her skull, her head twitched, turning in their general direction but not quite meeting. "What?" Ritska gulped loudly, then stepped forwards. "What happened to you?" he questioned so silently, but she turned her head all the same, hearing his words. Priscilla smiled. It was a gentle expression. "Thy words are bathed in worry." Her head shook from side to side. "But thee shouldst not plague yourself, not with mine state. For I am at last free." It was an admission in all but the exact words. Ash glanced down at her hands, and at the blood which was still coated around her fingernails. Even in the low lighting he could see as such. He grimaced further, then looked back at her. The smile held a far more disturbing edge to it now, her expression at virtual peace. "You did this, to yourself." Ritska, by contrast, sounded horrified. Priscilla gasped, then shifted and turned her head in the general direction of Ritska before lowering it. "Mine sincere apologies for mine unsightly visage." "Why you're—" Ritska took another step forwards. Ash caught him by the shoulder. "Why blind yourself?" Ash questioned, turning on his older sister and inclining his head. "What purpose would it serve to do such a thing?" With a quiet sigh, Priscilla turned away. "Mine eyes have always been a curse most cruel. Since I first opened them, all that I beheld could die. Everything mine sight wouldst touch could be slain, threads sewn through all things, and all I needed do was to give them the barest cut." Her finger reached out, the bloodied digit twitched ever so slightly, miming the action of twanging thread before she lowered it back. "'Twas a curse which stole from me all that I might have been. Thus I would steal from them, an owner. Now I am free of the burden. I can no longer see the fragile threads and I feel not the urge to cut them." She spoke as if she was inclined for it. Ash tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. "That behavior sounds unlike you." He muttered back. She turned ever so slightly to him. "You made refuge in the painted world of Ariamis, did you not? Were you not content with the life that you carved out? The duty of protecting the souls." Priscilla hummed. "Thou speak of protection, yet thy words are sown with disgust." She did not sound disapproving, even if she had seen through it. Ash grunted. "Whether I approve of those in the painted world deserving of life is not relevant. You believed they were, do you now regret your life?" "Nay. A swift shake of the head. Yet there is no denying my eyes have cursed me too long. I feel such shame, even to those I would protect, to hold in the embrace of security. My eyes would show me only how they could be put to a final rest, and my hands, they were so tempted to obey that command. To pluck at those threads of life just because it was so simple. A smile, cold and sad. May you imagine it. To vow to protect, and yet all thou might see are the ways thou might end. And to feel the urge with every glance at the threads over their flesh to just pull upon 'em. The curiosity most childish with results most dire. Ritska twisted out of his grip, stepping forwards once more and standing before Priscilla. He leaned down ever so slightly and gazed at her hands. But you never did that, did you? It was a murmur, yet the woman stiffened as she heard it. I don't believe you would have ever forgiven yourself if you had given into those urgings. Ash did not know where this certainty Ritska spoke with came from. He stepped forwards and shadowed the boy, eyes moving between them as some unspoken force overcame the master. Perhaps he did not realize the danger, or perhaps he did not even care for much beyond Priscilla, but he was unsure of the mentality behind it. He leaned down and dropped his voice. Ritska, the rest of the warning went unspoken, but the intent remained. Especially as he saw Ritska turn and glance at him over the shoulder before his attention returned to Priscilla. Another shift of the crossbreed, she turned and reached out rather blindly towards the teenager, a slight fumble of her larger limbs as they clumsily touched at the shoulder, then traced downwards. Galvatine was drawn, and it was only the sharp look of the master which stayed his hand. Priscilla moved her hand onto Ritska's own, bloodied fingers traced over his knuckles before pulling, drawing the hand up slowly and towards herself. Thou art. Barely a whisper from the girl as she pulled, then angled her head ever so slightly, placing her hand around Ritska's and bringing it up. Using it to cup her cheek. Nuzzling it, almost like that of an animal. Ah! She made a small noise, surprised or realization. Are thou, mine father? Ritska froze on the spot. Ash heard the precise moment that his breathing just stopped. Then the boy recoiled as if he had been set aflame by her grasp, yanking himself free of her and very nearly stumbling backwards. Ash moved, catching him by the shoulders and keeping him upright. It was only a glance at the face that had him see the sort of expression that Ritska was making. It was hideous, he decided. A face he would rather never have seen again if it could be helped. Sharp eyes fell on Priscilla. She had drawn herself back and still moved to touch the cheek which Ritska had been forced to grasp. Her fingers curled ever so slightly, still leaning into it as if she was tracing where the phantom limb had been. And no, Ritska choked on his words, a sudden haunted air about him. Forgive mine brainsick words. I know not what befell me. Her apology was rushed, leaning out of her corner. Stay there. He pushed Ritska behind him, growling at her. She stopped and leaned backwards, pressing herself against the wall before she stopped and turned on him. He shuddered as she gazed back. In a face without eyes, she looked at him. Pushing herself into the light and seemingly ignoring his concerns as she rose up. Her hands found the wall and pressed against them, using it as leverage as she rose higher and higher. Ash kept his ground, his hand guided Ritska further behind him as she loomed over the pair of them. A shuffle of movement, the others had noticed and were moving in now, he could feel them flanking either side. Oi! Mordred was the next to speak. Stay right the hell where you were before. Priscilla gave no indication she heard the knight, instead she leaned towards him and brought both her hands up. Ash curled his lip and brought his sword up, moving it between them. I said stay. Her hands landed upon his cheeks a moment later, with a touch so gentle he stopped. He found himself jerking at her movement, but her grip, which once seemed slack, held firm. Yet it did not feel forced or pained, rather it was as if there was something keeping him. Some hold on not just his body, but his mind as well. As though the touch was somehow welcome. Her thumbs traced back and forth against the bones of his cheeks, her fingers roamed over his face, moving over every inch of exposed skin. He pulled back out of reach, twitching at her ignorance of personal space. She remained there, hands still aloft and fixed in position. Oh, thou art. Her hands lowered, she tilted her head. Are thou cursed? There was a pleading in her voice. Not as you are. I am sorry. He huffed silently. Save your pity. Movement once more. Shiki stepped around them and closed in on Priscilla, but instead she held herself loose. As if there was nothing about her that looked even remotely close to fighting. Priscilla twitched ever so slightly at the approaching footsteps, turning her head towards them and looking in the vague direction. Shiki stopped right in front of her, looking up at the face of the crossbreed. Why'd you do it now? Ah, mine eyes, Priscilla hummed and slowly fell back to the ground, pressing against the wall and sliding down. 'Twas not until I came here I truly realized the weight of my pain that rested upon them, wounds on the mind pressed against me, and I could feel naught but anger at what they had cost me. What they would make me, I took them from me when it became clear. Shiki stepped forwards, then crouched down. Surely you felt it before, didn't you? Yet I lacked the strength for it. Came the soft response, her head angled upwards. This place, ah, I feel it. My mind became clear on what I must do. Shiki said nothing, not at first. There was a strange intensity to her questioning. But how can you tell? If you never gave in before, did you ever want to? Priscilla recoiled as though physically struck. Excuse me. Did you ever want to pull on those threads? She questioned further. Did you ever want to cut them apart? Did you want it? Feel the need just to see them snapped and to watch whoever it was fall apart? Was it a need? Was it a desire? What was it that you felt when you? Shiki. Ritska found life for his words, taking a step towards the woman. She responded only with a sharp turn of the head and narrowed eyes. This is important. It was all the reply she offered, swiftly turning on Priscilla once more as if she had not been interrupted. Tell me, did you want to? No. Priscilla's answer was sharp and horrified. She clutched her arms around her body, a cracking in her words. Want to? I wanted nothing, it was akin to an itch. A nagging and nothing more, but I feel the itch no longer. Is that not for the best? If it was for the best, wouldn't you have done it before you became a servant? What good does it do you now if you blind yourself? Shiki cut through her response swiftly and brutally. If you ever get summoned in another place, your eyes will be back. What can you accomplish in this limited form for all the time you have left? What stopped you from blinding yourself before you got here? I. Priscilla had no answer, that much was clear to see, as was the distress the questioning had brought her. Ash saw it too, the flaws in the reasoning. He moved around, placing an arm on the shoulder of Ritska and pulling him away, meeting only light resistance to the action. Yet he leaned down and dropped his voice to a whisper, just so the teenager could hear him. She speaks sense. Priscilla never acted this way in life. What drives her now? Ritska twisted on him with furrowed brows. What? Consider it. Ash muttered. She could have done this at any point to more permanent degrees, but why now? Not unless something else had raised the importance of the issue. Her emotions are out of balance, she has acted irrationally and Shiki is exposing it. The disagreement remained, the face twisted before he sharply turned away with a click of the tongue. Displeased. Ash squinted. Why does this distress you? It's just upsetting seeing someone do that. And not because of who it is. Ritska sharply turned his eyes on him. And are you not too accepting of this emotional trauma because of who it is? Ash released him and straightened out. Ritska opened his mouth, then closed it again and looked down. That was uncalled for. This place is altering our emotional perception in some capacity. Previous encounters have proven as such and there is no evidence we are immune. Yeah. A comfortable excuse for the both of them. And it avoided answering questions he suspected neither of them would have simple answers to. Turning back on Priscilla, he stepped forwards and loomed over her as she mumbled something to herself, then glanced at Shiki as the dark-haired woman straightened herself back up. Moving to stand near him and muttering in a low tone. Definitely something wrong. A couple questions and she cracks like that, also isn't she? You are right. He ignored the latter part of her question. Proof of some mental effect. It is drawing out emotional responses. Raising past woes with greater importance upon the mind. That is what I have seen thus far. The question remains, what is to be done about her? Shiki raised a brow at him. What do you think should be done? None would agree with it, so I will not bother to waste my breath. Instead, he turned around and faced Ritsuka. Are we making plans to bring her? Ritsuka met his gaze, then down at the crossbreed. Does she even want to go? A valid question. Remaining here was impossible either way. Unlike Verndari, she had no contract with Chaldea and therefore could not be retrieved. She would need to be dealt with in one capacity or another. But her time in this distortion would have to come to an end. Ritsuka stepped forwards, moving past them and crouching down before Priscilla once more. He broke through her mutterings and mumblings by reaching out and placing a firm hand on her own. Holding her still and centering her, the blinded face turned on him sharply but made no further moves. We're going to go and find out what's happening here. Ritsuka spoke softly. There are others like you who were pulled here, we're going to find out why. Do you want to come with us? Ash could hear the pleading for her to say yes. Perhaps Priscilla heard it also with the way her expression faltered, then gave away as she wrapped her hands around Ritsuka's own. That was enough of an answer, it seemed. He rolled his lips and turned from the scene, marching past Mash and Mordred alike. Mordred stopped him just before he could leave. She leaned over and spoke. What's got you so pissy? He did not reply, instead he turned on her and growled in the back of his throat before storming past. Garden of Order, v. This entire situation was bizarre. So far beyond bizarre that Mordred was struggling to come up with words for it, as if the weird assassin was no longer her biggest concern. No, that now went to her master. Who was leading the behemoth of some dragon woman around by the hand like she was some lost toddler. A sight that was outright pathetic for any servant to accept. Worse was how content they had been with it. No, to call it content would have been to say he was merely accepting. He could not have gotten his hand on her fast enough to lead her around when the moment came. If that wasn't bad enough, there was the way everyone reacted to that with very clear levels of worry or hostility. Blonde Ass was just looking like he was waiting for an excuse and wasn't trying to hide it. The fact Master hadn't noticed was some new height of ignorance and obliviousness. Or perhaps he had noticed and was just letting it happen and ignoring the potential time bomb that was sitting on everyone's laps. Then there was Shieldy. Mordred had felt she'd gotten a decent enough grasp of the personality of the little girl to actually understand the look she was currently sending the boy. A strained expression that was decidedly uncomfortable. Staring at something that she was seriously disturbed but not having the guts to stand up and declare that what she was seeing was messed up. And she was left with no context for any of it. Her first thought was that this servant had been a former enemy. It would explain so much and would have been a comfortable reason for why everyone was acting so jumpy or evasive to her presence. Save for one slight problem. The attitude of Master. It was something she was growing increasingly tired of. She was no stranger to the expected codes of chivalry when it came to defending the helpless. She would have been fine if this was some regular ass woman they'd dragged out of that shithole and were leading around. That was fine. Hell, she would have punched the guy who demanded they just leave her there. But this was a servant. And not a weak one at that. Mordred could feel the strength radiating off her even at this range, and this was nothing more than an assassin. The class infamous for cowards who needed cheap tricks to win a fight. This woman was the sort of thing that would have needed one of the Round Table to put down if it had started a problem up in Camelot. Purely because of her existence as some sort of dragon creature. And that was without seeing her fight with eyes which were, apparently, similar enough to the rogue assassin traveling with them. The freaky eyes which sliced through her armor with nothing more than some damn butter knife. And they were just fine with her being blinded and a liability. Really. Not a single person had suggested healing her eyes, and she knew there were plenty in Chaldea who could have pulled that off, except it seemed to slip the minds of everyone who was so inclined for one reason or another. She curled her lip and shook her head, adjusting her hold on Clarent and stomping forwards. Accepting the assistance of a servant was one thing. This was something else. Oi, master. Her voice carried far. The teenager jolted and then quickly turned around to face her, still leading the taller woman around by the hand. Her eyes lingered on the conjoined fingers before they glanced back at the boy. She jerked her head towards herself and continued on. Can I speak to you for a second? The alone went unsaid, but she made sure to keep her eyes on Priscilla for a couple more moments just to get it across. From the way he frowned ever so slightly and looked as if she had suggested something unpleasant, it told her he got the message. She glanced across to Shieldy and met her gaze, then waved a hand towards the pair. Won't take long. Shieldy or he can watch over them. Mordred paused for a moment before adding on, ensuring that she was making eye contact with the blonde ass. She seems to be comfortable enough around him to get a little familiar. The look he shot her now made all others pale in comparison. Pure venom for a brief instant before it just vanished. It was eerie how swiftly the emotion came to and left. Oh, thou wish for a private discussion. I can abide by myself for a time. 'Tis not unfamiliar. Mordred indicated to Priscilla in a pointed manner, though the way the servant excused herself was rather juvenile, if she were to put it into words. The entire situation was becoming more and more bewildering to her, and until she got context, she wasn't going to let it get any further than this. And damn anyone who was going to give her some weak-ass excuse over it. Ritska exhaled and slowly pulled away from the dragon woman with no small amount of reluctance, approaching her with clear hesitance in his steps. The fact he didn't jerk his head around his body to make sure she hadn't vanished by the time he actually got to Mordred was something she considered to be a small miracle. Yes, what are we doing with her? She cut right to the point, and if, by some weird turn of events, he did not get who she was speaking of, she raised her free hand and pointed over his shoulder towards the direction of the woman. Because right now you're putting an awful lot of things at risk over what was a fairly simple mission, master. She lowered the arm, keeping her voice even. Explain it to me slowly. Master frowned as if she might have said something out of place. I don't think it's that big of a risk. She's blinded herself as in if she was going to show violence, she probably would have done that by now. Besides, I'm fairly certain that the two of us have a contract at this point, so. Oh, a contract, huh? Hardly surprised by the development, she drawled out the words and tilted her head. So why is she still blind then? Big strong servant like her could really help. It was an answer she expected from Master, but it was the woman herself who answered for him in words which left nothing to the imagination. Mine eyes shall be kept apart from mine skull. That was an admission with the intent of self-mutilation if she had ever heard it before. Mordred wordlessly raised an eyebrow and glanced over the top of the Master, giving the servant a look which they seemed to feel, at least if the slight fidget was any indication. Yet they did not waver from their stance. Mordred could at least grant them the fact they were a stubborn idiot. Though an idiot all the same. Her eyes returned to the Master. He held up a hand. Leaving her where we found her wasn't a solution. Was it not? Worked well for that other night, didn't it? His face soured quickly, eyes shifting as he searched for an answer. It isn't the same. Verndari at least has a contract with Chaldea if things fall through, and I could trust her to defend herself if something were to go south. Priscilla tore out her own eyes over whatever was going on here. I think she's owed some answers as to why. Answer seems obvious to me. Mordred grunted, then stopped and shook her head. This was going to be an argument that would get them nowhere. She could tell her master was a bleeding heart, but that alone wasn't reason enough. Not for whatever this display had been. You say she's got a contract with you? She questioned, but did not wait for the expected answer and just plowed forwards. So she's just someone else that we have to protect now. Tough enough to do that with just you, but now we have to play babysitter to this liability. Some servant who has hamstrung themselves and won't accept any effort of healing, and we just take her along. Leaning forwards, she brought up an arm and sharply jabbed a finger into the shoulder of the Master. Your orders, your commands. Explain to me why we're doing this. Narrowing her eyes, she raised the finger up and pointed to his face. Because I'm going to need a good reason for it, Master. Especially since everyone else seems to be looking at this like a bomb about to blow. Stuff happened. Her arm dropped, she leaned back and stared at him. Stuff happened. The words spilled from her as flat and toneless. Eyes searching his face for any sign of the fact he had just made the stupidest comment known to man. Something she would only expect from a man who had been kicked in the head by a mule. The lack of hoof prints on the side of the skull was the only evidence that hadn't happened. You got anything more? Master grimaced, a face like he'd just brought up something unpleasant from his stomach to his mouth, then turned away. Raising a hand and pressing it flat against his nape, he rolled his jaw from side to side and, at last, closed his eyes and exhaled. Something dropped in his face, some form of resistance or hesitance. Stuff happened in London, he mumbled, just loud enough for her to hear. She died because of me so this was out of some sense of guilt. Mordred nodded her head, partially satisfied with the answer and being reminded that her master really was just some kid. It made sense now. All right, but that's just how servants are. She rolled her shoulders. That wasn't the first time one of your allies died, was it? A slow shake of the head. Then he spoke again, with more firmness than before. But this was my fault. It felt to her as if there was something more, but she wasn't quite sure he would give her any concrete answers. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly on him, looking up and down before giving a single huff. At least she had a reason for it all now, not the best reason in the world but one she could at least have explained to her. She stepped around him and grunted. Just saying. It would be better to try and convince her to get her eyes back, because if it comes down to you and her, I'm not gonna hesitate to protect you. Because a servant who did something like this was just asking for trouble. And if her master ordered her to protect the cripple, then she really would just smack him over the upside of the head and hope that brought some common sense to him. Otherwise she was saddled with some idiot. The expression he made was some sort of pained grimace, but he did not look surprised by her words. Resigned would have been a better word, like the faces of those who knew they were bound for the headsman's axe. A grim acceptance of reality. Not something she expected when bringing up the common sense of protecting one's own master over a servant, but that was just further proof that her master really was just some kid. An odd thing for her to come to terms with, she had to admit. Instead she walked further past the boy and glanced briefly at the giant, stopping before them and gazing up at the blind woman, one whose senses seemed to extend beyond mere sight as her head turned, beholding Mordred with an eyeless stare and a tilt of the head, lips rolling as she searched for the words. Mordred spared her the chore of digging for a sentence opener. If you're gonna be around, try not to slow us down. Stopping for a moment, she considered further words. And if you try to pull any funny shit, I'm gonna kill you myself. She ignored the stares and instead waited for the response of the crossbreed, that is if she would get one at all. But it seemed that the big girl had some spine after all. Thou speak as a knight. I pray thou uphold thy oath in such times. I shall not hast mine burden cause the end of thy liege lord's life. Well, she got permission. Mordred let out a content grunt and nodded her head, not that Priscilla could see, and turned away from the crippled woman and marched forwards further, meeting the eyes of the blonde ass and giving him a pointed look. Daring him to try and make another of his comments against her. Instead he just looked at her strangely, like she was a puzzle that didn't quite fit together right. Not that she gave a shit what he thought. Ass. He did not know whether or not that could be seen as a victory for himself or not. At the very least, Mordred had come to understand a part of why he was keen on having Priscilla around and accepted it. In their own unique way, they accepted it. Though perhaps that was the best result he could have wished for out of her. Not without further context. But how could he even begin to explain it? He could not and he would not. You're thinking I'm weird again, aren't you? It did not take long for the reply to meet his ears. I didn't say anything. Yeah. Ritska acquiesced, but then pressed onwards. But you're thinking it, aren't you? Shaki let loose a small hum as she stepped up next to him, hands in her pockets once more, and with a small sniff of the air, she nodded her head slowly, the movement serving as her only answer to him for the moment. Are you bothered? Why should I be? She queried with a tilt of the head. Ritska supposed he should have been thankful for that. She truly sounded as though she did not care in the least whether he was taking Priscilla with them or not. At least there was that. I'm not sure, he replied. It was merely something he had asked because he felt there should have been an answer for it. Maybe it would have been an answer that didn't sit right with him, but he still wished to know what her opinion was. They were working together after all. You seemed very incensed with Priscilla. It was something he noticed during her questioning, speaking more with the assassin than she had done with anyone else he had seen. Or if that was not the case, speaking to her with more emotion than she had mustered for the others. She walked past him and stopped for only a moment, her eyes looked back with a glimmer of thought swirling behind them. Debating the answer that she would have given him. The silence ended when she offered a small shrug. Just struck me as strange. Living as she did all those years and now she decides to pull out her eyes. It didn't add up to me, so I just pointed it out. You probably could have done that as well if you'd thought about it long enough. Perhaps she was right, but that was not where his mind had been at the time. Maybe, he muttered, unconvinced with it but letting the comment stand without complaint. He turned once more on Priscilla and approached with quiet steps. She patiently waited for him until he stood before her once more. It was curious how she knew it was him from the way she reached out with her hand and waited for him. He was wondering which of them was leading the other at this point. A debate for another time. He took the hand and they walked once more, following in the path of the servants before them. Mash slowing herself to walk by their side, he felt her eyes on the side of his head and the unspoken words on her lips. Probably caution or worry, maybe for himself or maybe for their situation. What else could he say? Who he was worried about was Ash. And the sour looks that had been launched the way of Priscilla ever since they started their trek. He was not expecting the Avenger to be pleased with the decision, both pragmatically and for personal reasons. As Mordred had said, he knew what he was doing was potentially risky if it came to blows with another servant. This was something purely for the sake of his own heart. And Ash had no love lost for Priscilla, that much he could see. When the moment arose, he would let Ash vent his concerns in more detail, as they had done before. Another chime heralded the communicator. He stopped only briefly and brought up his left arm. The screen flashed and the ghostly visage of the director appeared before him, rather than that of Romani or another. A grim countenance greeted him and he did not ignore the way her eyes were not meeting his own. Instead they were aimed for the large figure at his side in a manner that was pointed and very uncomfortable. Something wrong. ... Not yet. The director replied in a slow and deliberate manner. Her eyes remained on Priscilla. Merely asking what the intentions are with bringing assassin with us. And whether you intend for us to reshift her back along with you when this distortion is resolved. Ritska found himself blinking at the words. Not because they were surprising or shocking, but because he did not have an immediate answer. He stopped and rolled his jaw, looking around for a moment and trying to avoid the eyes. What could he say? ... Just felt like it. An utterance and a faint shrug of the shoulders. He felt more like a small child in this moment than anything else. Olga watched him without her face giving away anything, rather it seemed she waited for an elaboration. Yet that was all he found himself comfortable in saying aloud. It was an honest answer, it was something he felt like. Wasn't going to leave her alone and was going to offer the choice. Very slowly, the director raised a brow and then closed her eyes. Have you asked her yet? No, he had not. He turned and looked up at the face of the assassin. She looked on only with a tiny smile on her lips, a contentedness in her face. Evidently unconcerned with the conversation taking place before he, despite the fact it directly related to what would happen to her. He had not asked her that yet because he feared what her answer was. What if she said no? Priscilla, he began slowly, wetting his lips as his throat ran rather dry. ... Do you want to come with us to Chaldea? Ritska. The bluntness that his name was spoken with caught him by surprise. His head turned towards the speaker. Ash faced him with a face that showed not even an ounce of emotion, rather he stood straight, arms held at his side. His head jerked slightly towards himself and then he turned. Might I have a moment to speak with you? Even if it was phrased as a question, it did not sound as such. But he nodded his head, turning to Mash and offering her a small smile. Can you just stay with Priscilla for a little bit? I'll be right back. She did not reply with words, but nodded her head all the same and stepped into his place as he moved away from Priscilla. She released his hands with no hesitancy about it, the same lack of hesitance with which she had held it in the first place. Ritska paced forwards, striding past Mordred as he did so. A scowl etched on her face directed for the Avenger and the clear disapproval of his words, but he held up a hand and smiled lightly. It did not put anything to rest with her, but it indicated that he was fine going by himself. And really, he was fine they were going to talk about this so soon. Mash stood by the side of Priscilla and found her eyes drawn towards the face of the woman. It was something she truly should not have been staring at, and if she had been caught, she would have apologized profusely. But it was difficult not to stare at it. The mere thought that someone could just mutilate themselves in such a manner turned her stomach. Doing that and following through with it and then refusing the help that would grow the eyes because she didn't understand it. But perhaps that was the point. She didn't want to be in a position where she could contemplate something so horrible. Warmth nestled against her cheek. She pivoted her head and brought up her free hand, running her fingers along the length of Fu's ears back and forth. The little white animal hummed with what she assumed was content, given that they did not recoil away from her hold. It was something grounding, at least, and she found comfort in the action. It pulled her eyes away from Priscilla for a moment. But she found her mind slowly being pulled back to the words of the director, more so as she eyed the form of Senpei meeting with Ash a good distance from them. The two of them stood and engaged in a conversation that she wished she had been privy to. But it was a private matter. And it was something that Ash-san needed to be addressed. But perhaps she worried for it as well, not only for the sake of Priscilla, but for Senpei as well. Mash wasn't a fool. She could see why he was eager to bring the assassin along. There was a desperation in his actions. The only thing that she could think of was when she lay beneath rubble and just wanted someone to hold her hand. That lone act of comfort to cement her into the world was all she needed. Senpei was craving something like that, she was sure of it. Her eyes drifted to the assassin once more and she rolled her lips, biting at her lower one and halting her strokes along the fur of Fu. It should have been fine, something that she should be content with. Senpei was happy, so why did she feel so ill when she looked at him walking beside Priscilla? Why did she see that face of comfort and think it was wrong somehow? She was unsure about why that was. Might I bid thou a question? There was a short pause as she realized that Priscilla was actually talking to her. Mash turned and looked up at the taller woman. Then nodded her head once before she could catch herself. A flush of shame and embarrassment welled up within her, heat spread over her cheeks before she spoke. Of course, despite her misgivings, she did not hold any personal problems with Priscilla. Merely what the situation was doing with Senpei. Are thou uncomfortable with mine presence? She blinked once, then twice. Oh, no, Mash trailed off, words failing her as she tried to think of something to say that didn't leave the taller woman with the impression that she objected to her. That isn't what, I do not have any problem with you, Priscilla-san. It's just that I'm concerned about Senpei, that is all. Because he clings to me as a parent with its newborn. Mash closed her mouth. She wouldn't know anything about that though, so she could not say. As that, wetting her lips, she looked away for a moment. Is that how it is? I speak only of the tales told to me, it is something I hast never been graced. That sounded rather sad to be said aloud. Mash shifted uncomfortable with the way the assassin spoke of it. As though there was nothing wrong with her situation. Then again, she had just thought the same thing without really giving much thought to it either. Perhaps the closest she could have gotten was the times that Dr. Romani never left her room after the incident. He would sometimes fall asleep slumped over her bed because of it. It troubles thou to see him as such, doth it not? Another sentence plunged into her and drew out a flinch. The aim was true and Mash found herself on the back foot. rather surprised as to how someone who did not even have eyes could read her so openly. Back and forth she wavered on her feet before she wet her lips once more, now drier and drier, and glanced at the woman. Mmmh. It was a small hum in the back of her throat, even confessing it aloud felt wrong. But it was how she felt. Quickly she came up with an excuse. I'm just worried that Senpai doesn't think about himself as often as he does about other people. Mind presence endues him peace. 'Tis why I followed. Priscilla cut her short with a gentle whisper and a tilt of the head, and I sensed within him something so familiar and yet so strange. For an instant, the lone word of father was all that I could regard of when I felt his touch. Mash froze up on the spot. It was something she had thought she imagined, even Senpai's reaction hadn't clicked with her until now. She felt ill, like something was building up in the depths of her throat and eager to spill out. Be it words or something else. Yet I hast never known such a figure. Hence this might well be mine own selfish desire to embrace this feeling, yet if it endues only pain, I set aside mine desires for thou. What could she say to this string of words? Each one brought more conflicting emotions than the last. Her jaw rolled from side to side and her fingers once more graced the fur of Fu. Moving back and forth a bit swifter, as though the action itself could steal away some of that comfort he clothed himself with and use it for herself. In the end, it just made Fu press a paw against her cheek and halt her motion. A stray glance for the furred animal rewarded her with a long and unblinking stare. One that beheld a great deal of intelligence. As if Fu had looked right through what she was doing. Slowly, her fingers retracted. Mash began, then stopped and dropped her head down. Something dropped down atop her head and moved back and forth, sliding between the locks of her hair. For a moment, she was left dumbfounded until she raised her head up, shifting whatever was atop her. Priscilla gazed down as best she could, having awkwardly placed a hand down onto her head and rubbed at it. She blinked, trying to understand what was going on. What is thy name? The request was so gentle that she answered without hesitation. Mash Kyrielite. The petting stopped and the hand slid further down, moving around her face and cupping her cheek. Thou are a childlike soul. To stand blind before thou is a gift. She was thankful to be blind. But, no, I'd not spoil thy visage with tainted threads. Firmness crept into the words for but a moment then receded away, the smile never left the lips of the assassin. A lone thumb rubbed along her cheeks back and forth. Mash, I shall bear thy concerns true to mine most soul. I shall see to it that thy friend is not left clinging to me before he leaves. It was something that she felt relief with, but it was a relief that quickly soured when she realized what that might mean. Senpai, he wants you to come back to Chaldea, or I mean he will want you to. I know. Mash shifted. Do you want to? The smile was sadder, resigned almost. I would be of little help to thee, I am afraid. That wasn't an answer to her question. Perhaps sensing that, the woman let out a sigh and pulled the hand away from her face, folding it back together with her other one. 'Tis never a matter of my wants. Rarely have they held weight to me, 'tis only what is and what shall be. I'm torn in truth. Which would be crueler? To pull out that which your friend has anchored around or to let it fester and grant him ill-conceived respite? I don't know. Neither do I. Priscilla admittedly openly. Perhaps in time we shall both be elucidated. Yet until it arrives, we must contend with our ignorance. Though I shall speak of this, 'twould warm my heart if you had need of me in other matters, but I know now how mine mind has been twisted, thus I can give thou no sure answer. That made sense at least, something Mash could understand. All right, Mash slowly nodded her head. I think you should let Senpai know. What is he like? Senpai. He's, Priscilla made a small sound, almost like a laugh. Not he. I meant my brother. Mash froze once more. You, no. I need not my eyes to see our relation. A pause, then a quieter mutter. Or feel his scorn. Do not offer pity, 'tis something I am well accustomed to I should think. It was not through love that I found myself sequestered to the cold lands of Ariamis, I should think. Mash could not even lie to her. Ash didn't like Priscilla, even she could see that. And she wasn't comfortable with how accepting Priscilla was of that. There was something sad about that, to have someone's own family dislike them. Her head turned towards the blonde on instinct, still engaged in some conversation with Senpei. Slowly, she focused her mind and turned back on Priscilla. He likes to bake bread. A flash of surprise crossed Priscilla's face, then an earnest smile as she leaned forwards, clearly eager to hear more. Why don't you approve? Ash needn't have said a single word. As the second Ritsuka approached and was within range words, those were the first he used. Either his face spoke all that it needed for the conversation, or his intentions had been clear from the start. Perhaps both. Whatever the case, it did not occupy Ash's mind. It was an open question, one that had a long and surprisingly simple answer to it. And he would speak honestly, as Ritsuka wished. I do not trust her and I do not trust your opinion at this time. He accepted some measure of hurt for the latter of the two statements, perhaps a reaction of something negative. That was the reaction he had grown to expect from Ritsuka when faced with such comments. Yet that was not what happened. Ritsuka took the words with a straight face, reacting to neither of his points and instead nodding his head slowly in acceptance. He leaned away from him and folded his arms, a pursed look and then a tilt of the head. All right, why don't you? To which? Both. Ash furrowed his brow slightly as he thought of how best he could go about answering that. Though the answer was simple, to articulate it in a manner that could be accepted was rather difficult. Especially with how Ritsuka currently stood. If his suspicions were correct, then it would be harder still to offer counsel that would be heeded. And he felt as though it was a futile effort. Ritsuka had already made up his mind. Would my words even sway you? Ritsuka looked exhausted at that, a turn of the head and a tightening of the lips. Please don't act like I'm just going to dismiss whatever you say out of hand. I wouldn't have come over and spoken to you if I wasn't open to the possibility. A shrug of the shoulders, one that was barely half felt. But I won't lie to you. I'm rather set on my idea. Even then, I want to address your concerns rather than just walk over them. You have a problem with her, is it because she's your sister or? Ash felt himself twitch at that reminder. The word felt like a strike to the temples, even with the clear hesitance Ritsuka had put before speaking it. As though he did not himself believe fully that it was the reason that Ash would raise these concerns. Spoken as if that was reason enough, but he was not so vain as to dislike Priscilla purely based on such simple reasoning. Though if that was the impression he had given in the past. No, his problems with his family were justified enough, perhaps there was yet more. Or perhaps Ritsuka thought of how his last encounter with Priscilla had gone, but it was not a matter of being related to him. She could be your sister and I would still voice these concerns. I dislike her because of what she stands for, not for who she might be related to. Ritsuka looked rather stumped at the words, caught between a reply and with silence. By the end, he offered only a bemused noise from the back of his throat. That, wetting his lips, Ritsuka looked back at him with some face that could not be properly categorized. A mixture of confusion and perhaps relief. But he would give it no more than that. I would say thanks for being honest, but if it's not because she's your sister, then that's something at least, but you're making it sound fairly personal here, no offense. With a brief pause, Ritsuka held up his hand. And I would understand if you did not feel all that welcoming of your family. Ash set himself down into a grimace, stepping away for a moment and closing his eyes. His thoughts swirled as he centered himself. A tempered argument. His eyes opened and he spoke clear and curt. She was previously hostile towards our goals. He could see Ritsuka already opening his mouth to retort. Ash beat him first. And I am aware she is not the only one. But surely you have seen the differences between the Priscilla of now and the one of the past. The nod of the head served as his assent to continue. It is proof enough that something is altering the personalities of the servants. Whether directly or by happenstance, we can see the results clear with Priscilla. Perhaps more so than all others. Compared to how she was within London, the two might not even be considered the same individual. Turning, he brought an arm wide and swept it over their surroundings. Ritsuka followed the movement slowly, a hint of comprehension but still confusion. Ash saw fit to explain it that once the gesture trailed off. Priscilla, as she learned of the incineration, decided that the single best course of action was to shroud an entire city in snow and ice, draw it into her inner world and then let the inhabitants freeze there for eternity. For as long as she held the Grail, she would have maintained that ruinous hell, because that is what she believed was the correct choice to make. Ritska slowly nodded his head, accepting the words. Then the teenager raised his right hand, a single finger pointed towards Ash's chest. And you believed that killing everyone was the best way to save them. People aren't incapable of making mistakes. She did what she thought was best and we can show her that she was wrong. That there is another solution. He disliked that argument immediately. But found himself unable to disagree with it immediately, but not for long. She and I are not the same. How? Ritska, to his credit, sounded neither incredulous nor accusing. He spoke merely with an innocent confusion about him. As if he was being revealed some mystery which eluded him until now. Because you sound fairly similar already. You were both doing what you thought was for the best of people. You might disagree with how she went about it, but you can't say she did it out of malicious intentions. Her intentions are not the problem, it was her conviction that, Ash grumbled back, raising a hand and pinching the bridge of his nose. Had she done it out of hatred, this would have been easier. But she had not. Priscilla, foolish Priscilla, had acted out of genuine concern for people, or so her personality had led him to believe in the encounter he had with her. But that was also the problem unto itself. All she did out of a sense of kindness. He pulled the hand down and fixed the master with a long look. Similar our intentions might have been, I was aware of the contradiction within myself. Priscilla has no doubts, and even if you were to ask her now, she would speak kindly of the hell she holds in her soul. Because it's her home, isn't it? Ritska tilted his head and waited for the answer. When he got none he carried on. The only home she ever knew. Of course she's going to think it's wonderful, but it's just a matter of showing her that the outside world is. Our solution is not a guarantee. The interruption cut Ritska short. Ash waited for a moment before he spoke further. Her solution is. He stopped for a moment, then raised a hand and gestured towards his own head. At least within her own mind, she can say with certainty that everyone she takes into the painted world will be safe and secure forever. Priscilla will not gamble away the safety of everyone for such a thing, not in her mind. How do you know? He stopped and blinked. He gazed at the young boy and the boy fixed him with an unflinching look back, clearly showing that he would not back down. But what puzzled Ash more was the question itself. What? Ritska folded his arms and tilted his head. How do you know she would act like that? What could he reply with that? Because it was what he would do if the solution was open to him. Sacrificing certainty for a gamble, it would be madness. But he wasn't going to admit that out loud, yet it seemed to be unneeded as the flash of understanding flickered through the eyes of Ritska. The teen closed his eyes and released a slow breath. His hands came up to nurse at his temples for several seconds, then they removed themselves. Sliding down his face and onto the back of his neck. You don't agree with a lot of people, Ash. You've never made it a point to argue openly about them. Sullivan, for example. You take issue with Mordred as well, we can all see that. Leonidas is another you've spoken about. Why Priscilla? Ash straightened himself. They were summoned and could be dealt with if they offered a problem. Ritska squinted. Ignoring the implication, what does Priscilla have that they don't? He found her goals personally offensive to him. Perhaps because they were frightfully similar to his own and yet so radically different. A mirror twisted up to an uncomfortable degree. Sullivan is motivated by pride and few trust him. Leonidas has some uses to explain away his being in Chaldea. He fell silent as he debated the final two examples. Ritska watched him, then slowly dropped his arms down to his side. In Mordred and Priscilla. Ash rolled his jaw. You are acting based on your emotions. I was acting based on my emotions when I accepted a contract with you after London. The rebuttal came without warning and it came terribly hard, like that of a hammer upon iron. It silenced both of them. Ash was at a momentary loss as he stared into the eyes of the young man. Slowly, his arms folded over and he looked down at Ritska. You are invested in their well-being out of misplaced guilt. Allowing yourself to be drawn along by their whims because you believe it is your duty to uphold their demands, even if they are reprehensible. Agreeing to take Priscilla along was not sound judgment and Mordred already explained as such. Ritska nodded. And I explained why already. This was frustrating, terribly, terribly frustrating. Ash felt his jaw clench hard, teeth ground together with such strength they could shatter inside his mouth at any moment. Spikes of irritation flashed through him as again and again, Ritska failed to understand the point he was making. Priscilla could not be trusted. The version that stood before them was as weak as she was ever going to get. Perhaps another angle to the argument. One that he could make which would lay bare the concerns in a manner which could put the problem to rest. At least for some time. As it stood, Ritska seemed determined to bring Priscilla back to Chaldea because of his emotions at the moment. Yet what guarantee was there that Priscilla would abandon her goal once her mind was broken of the... Ash's thought snapped onto that line of argument. His mind whirled with the information and formed fresh consensus. With a steadying breath, he looked upon Ritska once more. She arrived at this distortion. He explained slowly. She was not summoned by Chaldea. If she had been, my misgivings would be fewer. She would have at least understood that in agreeing to accept a summon, she was going to cast aside her way of doing things and accept yours. Ash gestured to the ground they stood upon, then jerked his head to the wider area. She came to this distortion. I can only assume she intended the same for this place as she did for London, and it was only the lack of a grail and whatever mental trap she walked into that has spared this city from the same fate. Ritska exhaled. You don't know that. What reason do I have to doubt it? Ash cut him short and looked long and hard at the face of the teenager. Searching for signs of argument, he honed the point further. What reason is there to believe that she would abruptly change her ways and decide to clear out this tower and then depart? As expected, there was no answer. Ash settled himself back and drew in a short breath, his arms returned to his side. Your investment is blinding you to the dangers she presents. You're letting the past dictate what she might do. Ritska argued back, a little louder but not quite a shout. I'm not going to start treating people differently based on hypotheticals. Yes, she was an enemy in the past and I accept that. Yes. She might well do the same thing again in the future, but she's not given me reason to suspect her of doing something like that yet. Ritska stepped forwards and brought up a hand, pressing it over his own heart and curling it. I'm giving her the same chance I'm giving you, to change. Do I want her to come back with us to Chaldea? Yes. Because of your guilt. Ash countered and then closed his eyes, his voice shifted and turned quieter. You are setting yourself up for agony if she betrays this trust. And so I shouldn't take a chance on her. Like I didn't take a chance on you. Ash straightened and kept his eyes closed. He wondered how long it would take for that to be brought up. And I would aim this criticism at myself as well. That doesn't make it right. How, then, is it wrong? Just. Ritska threw up his arms and cut himself short, pacing away from him and towards the railings. The boy sighed and leaned forwards, pressing his hands against the banister and holding himself there. I'm giving her the same chance I'm giving you, Ash. He could see that clearly indeed, yet there remained a fault with the line of reasoning. One that Ash was decidedly uncomfortable with. Any answer she provided now would be worthless given that she was not operating with her full wits. The one you're giving it to isn't her. There was a pause in the wake of his words. Soon a breath came from the direction of Ritska and the boy dropped his head. Because of the threat of mental interference. Ash stepped forwards. Here she felt as though there was reason enough to claw out her eyes with her own fingers, yet within London she was prepared to fight to the death for her convictions in her home. Slowly, he shook his head from side to side. These are not the markings of one acting with their full faculties. Surely you can see such things. The Priscilla now and the one we met are not entirely the same individual. We cannot take at face value whatever this one says is reflected when she is a whole. The boy turned ever so slightly and exhaled. What are you saying then? The one you don't trust isn't her but the person she normally is. Ash nodded his head in line of sight of the boy's vision. It felt easier to get this through to him now. Even supposing she were to agree with you now. In this state she is not the same as she would be otherwise, and upon the recovery of her senses, you would doubtless extend the hand of aid for her in the wake of this. Yet that could very well spell our own doom if she were to twist that hand, unless you intend to leave her in this lobotomized state for the duration of a contract. Ritska grimaced deeply, an ugly expression which spoke of the extent of his disgust with the thought. Ash watched on as the boy debated within his mind. It was as he saw it, he could trust nothing this Priscilla said to be a true representation of her thoughts. Nothing of sound mind could mutilate itself to such mad degrees and then claim they had been liberated. Priscilla had felt something wrong with this world and had acted as such, the results spoke for themselves. Her placid nature and accepting tone. She agreed and lingered with them like some lost pup. He cared nothing for it, but the burden weighed clear on the shoulders of Ritska, and with how the boy was already, he was ill-prepared for the possible, and likely, eventuality that Priscilla would turn on them for the sake of her own dream. Ash did not want to think of what manner of hideous face Ritska would make if such a thing came to pass. To spare the boy this now was a mercy, or at the very least to prepare him for the possibility if it could not be truly cut out. Ash twitched at the word that resounded through his mind. Then he grimaced but found himself hardly disgusted with it in this context. Yet he could not help but wonder who he was truly sparing from pain. All right. Ritska nodded slowly. Ash was drawn back to the master as he stepped away and turned about to face him. We'll see how she feels about all this when the situation is resolved and whatever made this distortion is gone. If there is a mind spell, and that would be just our luck, then we'll get a clear answer from her. Ash inclined his head. And if her answer should remain the same as it did in London. Ritska glanced away with an unhealthy shade of white. And with a mouth that produced no words. That was fine. Even if Ritska could not bring himself to give the order, Ash was more than fine with carrying it out on his own. It was, after all, the one thing he was really good at. What about Shaki? Ash angled his head at the name and raised a brow. What of her? The change in topics was curious but not unwelcome. He felt they had reached an understanding in part for the previous one. Unless, you mean to ask my opinion of her. Ritska hummed and nodded, turning and facing him. What do you think about her? I have no true thoughts regarding her. Ash admitted after a moment. Her personality is neither one that I approve or disapprove of as of late. Aspects of her are welcome and unwelcome. Though I could think of worse assistance to receive, yet I dislike the lack of knowledge around her. Ritska twitched at that, a frown spread over his face. That bad? There is nothing. Timeline variation. Ash stopped and raised a brow. You think so? Ritska offered only a shrug, signaling it had been a guess on his part. Though it would answer a great many questions for him, namely why this place held no weight in his mind beyond being a regular building. I have no reason to hold complaints against her beyond that. She is attentive and clearly will see this through to the end despite her misgivings. What of you? Me. Ritska held himself in ponderous silence for but a moment, then he grunted. She's fine, I sort of like having her around. A little aloof but she gets right to the point. A bit like you, so I appreciate that. She sort of reminds me a bit of a cat, actually. The comparison felt bewildering to him. A cat. Yeah, that's not a weird thing to say, is it? I would not. He twitched as a sound cut through the silence. Within a second his hand was on Ritska's shoulder and pushing him back and behind him, raising his other and clasping the handle of his sword and wrenching it from his back with a single pull. It was leveled at the sound before Ritska could even utter a single noise, so swift was the motion. A few meters ahead of them, the door pulled inwards at the sound of the latch coming undone from within. Ash watched for movement. Long flowing crimson hair atop soft features appeared, leaning out from the closed door and fixing a look in his direction. The face, set in confusion, swiftly changed into recognition as her eyes went first to him, then towards Ritska behind him before darting away to further back in the others. Ash. Boudica. Master. Boudica. She stepped fully out onto the little walkway, one hand still holding onto the doorframe. I thought I heard voices coming closer and they sounded familiar, if I had known it was you then. Trailing off, the rider shook her head. Soon, a relieved smile worked its way onto her lips. Never mind all that now then, come on in. I'm not one for expecting so many visitors, but you could probably do with a rest if you've come up from the ground floor. Her face turned a touch disturbed. I've been hearing all manner of foul noises from beneath my floors for a while now, and they've only gotten worse as time went on, until they got quiet. You're doing, I suppose. That question was aimed at him. He answered it with a silent nod, loosening his stance and lowering the sword down. I'm glad to see you're doing all right, Boudica. Ritska stepped out from behind him and approached the rider. With a wide smile, the woman over towards the boy and placed her hands on his shoulders, keeping him in place as she looked him over with some discerning eye. Then stepped back and gave a satisfied nod of the head, reaching up and roughly tussling his hair about as though he were some dog. And to you as well. I'm terribly sorry about all of you coming out here. I can't imagine I was the only one who was whisked away to parts unseen, was I? Ritska shook his head at that. No, we met Vrindari on the way up and a couple other servants. Boudica's eyes slowly shifted towards the direction of Priscilla and she nodded. I can see that. She trailed off and squinted. Ash supposed the rider had noticed the extent of the assassin's injuries. Boudica sent him a questioning look which he only shrugged at, then jerked his head towards the door. You invited us in. Yes. Boudica replied slowly, with one final glance in the direction of his sister, then back to Master. You'll probably be wanting to have a talk with me about what's been going on. Don't worry, I'll be sure to tell you everything I know while I whip up something for you to eat. You're probably all a bit hungry and thirsty after all the work, aren't you? Ritska jerked back. Well, great. Boudica turned without hearing the answer, then stalked into the house. I'll get started right away. Ash, you can help me. Oh, he could he? Ritska sent him a look over his shoulder. She seems calm. Exceedingly. He was glad they both noticed that. Certainly at odds with Vrindari's behavior, and that of the others. Perhaps that meant it was yet to come, or that something else was at play here. Either way, it would become clear soon enough. Ash advanced on the open door first, turning and taking but a single step into the abode. For a single step was all it took for him to run right into another occupant. And of the crimson serpent that looked back at him, almost nose to nose. Ash. Ritska, there is a doormat here. Ritska. Really? What does it say? Ash. Ritska. Oh, right, let me just have a. Ash. Ritska. It's not very welcoming. Garden of Order, 7. He stopped then and there and watched. The serpent watched him also, the pale blue eyes regarded him with intrigue and wariness, the slitted pupils scanned his every movement. His awareness, however, remained firmly intact and not solely levied at the snake. Rather, he gazed further down the hall and found that the creature, the width of his forearm, extended down the length of the hallway and right into the apartment, veering around the corner and out of sight. Concerning, as it was aloft high enough to meet him dead in the eyes. Ash, what's the, Ritska came to a sudden stop behind him, the confusion of the boy made clear. He moved his left arm across himself and held it up flat, motioning for him to remain where he was. Serpent it might be, he could tell at nothing more than a glance that they were not the deformities of his uncle. They were something, rather different. But Gwendolyn is still. Words barely above a whisper, confusion layered them clear before the silence followed. A cautious one at that as Ash took the first step forwards and into the apartment, the lack of a response from the snake urged him onwards, as was matched by the apparent lack of worry from Boudica. Though it would have done her well to provide some warning that she was not alone in the building. Each of his steps was matched by the serpent retreating to equal ground, he made no further move against the beast and moved point after point. Never straying his eyes from it, a curious thing it was. There was a keen intellect behind those eyes, not dissimilar from that of his uncle. Either another spawn of the same curse or some other manner of familial pet. His eyes saw movement further down. It was a swift blur and he tensed at it before he recognized the shape. More so when Boudica stepped into view from around the corner, a clear reprimand on her lips as she placed her hand gently against the body of the serpent and gave a light push, urging it further into a retreat and then back to her own standing. Ash made no moves since that point and watched the confrontation, if it could be called that. Boudica brandished only a wooden spoon and pointed first to the snake and then across to something yet unseen. I was going to introduce you slowly, there was no need to give them a start like that. Whether the words were to the snake or to the owner, Ash could not say. They might well have been one and the same. Ritska gave an eloquent reaction to the scene that transpired. He could imagine the manner of befuddled face the boy wore behind him. Further shuffling heralded the others, soon darkening the doorway of the apartment. Noises and mutters filled the space behind him. Boudica turned to them, offering a smile that was equal parts embarrassed and warm. Sorry about that, it slipped my mind for a moment because he's not one for conversation, but I met someone when I arrived and we've been living in this space since then, well. I forced him into living here. Forced into. Ash spared the serpent a bemused look at the choice of words and raised a brow. The snake chose that moment to retreat fully from view. Whomever it elected to return to responded to the words only with a faint hum and little else. It was a noise that contained an emotion Ash could make little sense of. Either resigned or accepting. Boudica waved to them once more, gesturing for them to come closer. He's harmless, well, he's polite. It was a small amendment and accompanied by a shake of the head. Her hands fixed themselves upon her hips, sending yet another glance to the unseen figure. He just goes by Lancer. By the way, he hasn't told me his name and I'm fine with that. I did tell him mine though, just so you're aware of why he calls me it. Someone sputtered in shock behind him, Mordred from the sounds of baffled coughing. Why you told this guy your true name and then went, all right. Fair, when he didn't tell you his. Boudica blinked and leaned back a touch, but looked far from insulted. I'm not silly, I understand that it perhaps wasn't the smartest move out there, but we were both stuck here and I wanted to extend a hand of trust to him so he knew I wasn't at least out to fight him. Ash grunted at the logic. It made sense on some level, but it was not something he would have done. Ritska hummed, short and concise. All right then, your choice. How long have you been here together then? A couple hours at most. Why? How long have we been away from Chaldea? Not as bad as the last time servants got dragged elsewhere. Ritska quickly replied with raised hands, stepping past Ash and lowering them slightly. It wasn't that long after you went missing that we started to move out. Though most of the time was sort of just getting up here, all of the zombies and the like. A couple servants as well, actually. Boudica frowned at the tone and slowly nodded her head. It sounds as though you certainly did have a rough time of things. Were some of them aggressive? Just the one so far. Well, you probably don't need to worry about that here, right? The latter part of her words was aimed pointedly to the shadow. Ash crossed the threshold into the main room and turned his head to where the other occupant resided. It was but an instant before he spotted them, slumped against the wall with his left arm laying stricken over his raised knee. Pale skin showed beneath worn-down darkened steel armor, strewn atop with a cloak of red. A helm ornately decorated with winged serpents, the very same which seemed to protrude from his body under the cloak, either with a single of a pair of wings protruding at random across their bodies. One eye of gold regarded him with a sharpness much like that of a predator. Even sitting down, Ash could tell the slim-built man was tall, likely taller than him by quite a margin and taller still than some of those in Chaldea. The pale-skinned man opened his mouth and spoke, a voice rich and slow. Thee shalt needeth not feareth mine own flames if, te be true thee cometh in peace. He paused briefly, the golden eye roamed over Ash and then moved past him and onto Ritska. The sharpness of the gaze and the manner in which all his serpentine extremities looked on as one made him wary, taking a short step to cover Ritska while remaining as he was, holding tight his greatsword and angling his head ever so slightly. Lancer gave little indication he noticed this, eyes remaining focused only on Ritska. Even ones as lightless as thee. Lightless. Ash straightened quickly, the presence of divinity unmistakable now, and yet it was muddied by something more. His focus drifted to the lone eye of gold and the absence of a second. Evidently Lancer was allowed only a single eye. It beggared belief of whether he too had carved out an eye or some such. Though it would have been odd to stop only at one. Heavy footsteps approached from behind. Ash moved further forwards and immediately took notice of the way that Lancer reacted to the sudden appearance of Priscilla. The tension coiled through his body and he shifted, single eye narrowed at the assassin, and the snakes switched their focus to her. Oh goodness me. Boudica, however, surged forwards and immediately went to the side of the assassin, finding her hands and taking hold of them. Ash stepped back and turned side on to keep both in his line of sight. Shiki strode around the performance and stepped towards him, raising a brow and briefly glancing at the Lancer. Slowly she raised a brow and then grunted something. Stepping up beside Ash and slipping her hands into her pockets, looking rather at ease despite the situation. After a few moments, she leaned towards Ritska and spoke loud enough for the boy to hear. This is another one of those, just another day at the office, moments for you, isn't it? Yeah. Ritska hesitated not a single instant as he looked caught between rushing to Priscilla and greeting Lancer. With a sudden intake of breath and a step forwards, the latter won out. Right, so. Hello. Came the greeting. The boy smiled warmly. I'm Ritska Fujimaru from Chaldea. You've already met Boudica and I'm not sure if she's spoken much about. Thy crusade is known to me. Lancer cut him short. The interruption was soft-spoken but full of firmness. With a tilt of the head, Lancer gave a hum which sounded almost bemused. Thou art. He stopped for a moment, seemingly struggling to find the right word before he continued. Younger than the lady hath led me to believeth. Especially for one so blessed with victories. Raising a hand, Lancer gestured a sharpened fingernail towards Ritska. Yet thee striketh me not as a prodigy at war. Ritska frowned for a brief moment, then his expression evened out. I'll take that as a compliment, to be honest. I'm not much fond of it all. Then thou art cursed, it seemeth. Was the swift but not unkind retort of the Lancer, nothing more than blunt. To findeth yourself surrounded by that which thee despise. Yeah, but I've rarely met someone who actively loves going into wars. Mordred shouldered her way into the conversation, marching forwards and looking across to Lancer through her helm. Enjoying a fight is fine enough, enjoying wars just makes you seem like a psycho. If it be true yond is what thee believeth, valorous Sir Knight. Lancer closed his eye and leaned back, his helm touched the wall with a metal thud. Evidently that was the end of what Lancer had to say, face almost adrift in slumber. Ash glanced across to initially see how Ritska fared, but it was the waving of Boudica demanding he attend to her which caught his eye. Stepping forwards and approaching the rider, he kept Lancer in his field of vision as he moved for the rider, only to find himself caught by the arm and dragged bodily into the kitchen, thrown to one of the sinks and then left standing there. Boudica, however, was not as idle as he was and was quick to bark orders at him. Get those gauntlets off and get your hands cleaned. I'm going to have you cutting up some vegetables while I try and get Priscilla here sorted out. Without even giving him time to respond, she was already away and presumably tending to his older sister. Ash stared at the sink, then furrowed his brows a touch and looked over his shoulder to see what Ritska was doing. He was aiding Boudica in leading Priscilla to the small table and sitting her down. Apparently they were to remain here, then, as he had not been given further instructions. He turned back and started to undo the latches of his gauntlets, all the while he put the face of Lancer through his mind and started to comb through the many records to see if there was a soul or a vision which held any knowledge of him. It was his sole focus and one he went about with great intensity. Yet thus far, he found nothing. And it was the second time that had happened, first with Shiki and now with Lancer. No, there was still time for the latter. But an unknown divine spirit, a possible demigod, was far from something that he was comfortable with just appearing as such. I did venture outside at one point, not long after I first arrived. Boudica explained as she guided Priscilla down to the ground and allowed her to rest. Ritska remained close by the side of the assassin and took his own spot at the table, leaning forward slightly, keeping his attention split between the two servants. "And that's when you met Lancer." It was what she had inferred. To his surprise, the writer shook her head. "Not at first, it was quite a state. Between the city itself and the occupants of the tower, it became clear to me that there was certainly something amiss, but venturing beyond the tower was a thought that never occurred to me." A sigh escaped her as she leaned back, her right hand moved up to cradle her brows. "Even if I did, this place seemed to be the source of the disturbance, so I opted to remain and wait for when you would arrive. I figured I was not the only ones. Even before I met with Lancer, the others were muddled, but there was the definite feeling of servants being close by, and yet they never made an effort to move about." Ritska felt a slight pinch of confusion at that. True enough, none of the other servants they had met had walked outside of their rooms, and even when Boudica had done so, she seemed to end up right back where she started. His eyes flickered to Lancer, the man who remained loose against the wall. But the serpents watched on, leaving no mistake that the servant was paying attention to the conversation with keen interest, even if he did not seem to be. "So what made you go for a wander?" Mordred put the question forwards, the one which resided in his own mind, and he found himself eagerly awaiting the response from the servant. The man shifted ever so slightly, a small turn of the head to the direction of the saber, and then his quiet voice came once more. "I did seek to findeth the one who iced hath brought me her, yet hordes of the cursed and the want of progresseth waned at mine own spirit until I wast besetteth upon by this one." The olden speech was somewhat jarring, but Ritska nodded along after a moment of letting the words settle. "I don't suppose you found any other clues then, did you?" Lancer only shook his head at his question. Ritska exhaled and nodded slowly. Something else occurred to him. He perked up and looked between Lancer and Boudica once more. "There is something else. We met this thing on our way up. After fighting one of the servants below." Boudica tilted her head and pinched her brows. "A thing?" She sounded wary. Lancer, meanwhile, cracked open his eye and let a sliver of gold light show, but nothing else than that. A minor tilt of the head in his direction and yet more silence. Either not one for conversation or merely not having anything further to say. Ritska rolled his jaw. "After we fought the servant he was somewhat aggressive and wasn't one for reasoning. As he was dying, something appeared and took his body away, knocked Ash clean through the walls and moved fast enough to take everyone by surprise, and then just seeped back into the floors." Seeped. Boudica fixed on that word and frowned deeper than before. "What do you mean?" "That it turned into some sort of liquid. It seemed to be made of liquid," Shaki explained. Ritska turned to the girl as she chimed into the conversation. "Though nothing that I knew of. Some black tar with bit red eyes. Looked a little bit like a snake. Just grabbed the corpse and then just disappeared away into the walls. Haven't seen it since." She paused for a moment, then tilted her head slightly as if something just occurred to her. "We haven't killed a servant since." Her announcement was met with silence. Ritska could only blink at the odd declaration. There was some shuffling behind him. He turned more and saw that Mash had her chin cupped and her face set in a thoughtful frown. Unaware she was even being watched by him. "Speaketh, shield bearer. Thee weareth thy thoughts naked for all to see." Lancer's words sounded more like a command than a request. Mash flinched and looked up, met with the stares. She froze on the spot. Ritska opened his mouth to offer encouragement, yet they seemed unneeded as she centered herself nary a moment later and stood tall and ready, a single step forwards and then speaking clear. "When servants are low on magical energy, they can consume the souls of humans." A rather morbid opening line. "They provide boosts of magical energy. I can attest to the consumption of souls." Ash supported from across the room. The clatter of cutting knives briefly halted as the Avenger spoke up. "And the essence extracted from those I have slain thus far is noticeable, but it is hardly a balanced equation. I would need to kill many more all at once to equal my cost in magical energy." Ritska could see where this conversation was headed rather quickly, between Mash and Ash speaking about killing things for magical energy, and the manner in which the serpent appeared. Then he could figure out what was going on. So the snake showed up to eat the Lancer to get the magical energy from him before he vanished completely. Lancer hummed. "Battlefields maketh bountiful pickings for scavengers. His murmur came just loud enough to be heard but still fairly quiet. The golden eye closed and he fell back into his previous posture. Ritska, meanwhile, grappled with the possible motivation. A hand came up and rubbed away at his chin. But there was still something amiss with it. Unless the snake was a picky eater, then why would it not go for all of the zombies they had been leaving behind? Even if they did not offer great gains, as Ash said, they were still numerous enough that there had to be something worth getting from them. Maybe it only worked with servants. But it wasn't something they could really test, not at the moment. And he wasn't hoping for a fight just so they could test whatever the theory was. Then a lure is needed. Ritska turned sharp eyes onto Lancer at the suggestion, who stated it as though it was the most obvious choice in the world. He shook his head at that. I'm not even going to entertain the idea of killing someone just to see if a snake comes out of the floor and eats them. Nor am I going to go searching for someone to kill just for that. And no one is suggesting that, Master. Boudica reached across and placed a hand upon his arm, steadying him with a gentle hold. It was for a moment before she retreated back across. Her eyes turned on Lancer and narrowed somewhat, clear disapproval on her face. And we're not going to have anything more to say on the matter now that he has made up his mind. Lancer rippled out an agreement in the form of a low hum and then went silent once more. Ritska watched him for seconds further in case he had something else to say, but it seemed that was it for the time being. With a satisfied nod, Boudica quickly stood back up and marched back across to the kitchen. Oh, you've been practicing your cutting, haven't you? He turned his head at the gushing praise being levied at Ash. It was a welcome sense of mirth as the writer looked over the progress of the blonde and then reached out, patting him twice on the back in some congratulatory manner. She then moved across the kitchen and started retrieving pots and pans. A tap on the shoulder pulled his attention away briefly. Mash leaned in close with her eyes darting between Lancer and Boudica. Senpai. I am not against you having food, but the timing is somewhat problematic. Especially with Boudica-san cooking something like a stew. He grunted and nodded his head. They had all been drawn in by the allure of answers, but he was never imagining them staying here for long. Beyond that, there were still others who had been taken from Chaldea who needed finding. Ah. Priscilla let out a faint gasp. Thy friends might still be in some peril, yes. Mayhaps it is a poor time to fill one's stomach, though I find myself curious as to when thou last feasted. It was a small murmur, but the head of Priscilla shifted and looked down in his general direction. Her body leaned towards him and her hands moved with slow purpose, pulling at his arms and then running her fingers deftly across his sleeves. A low and troubled hum came from her next, continuing her examination. She next poked at his ribs, bringing a faint gasp from him and a recoil from the roaming hands. What are? His cheeks were touched next, prodded and poked with vigorous scrutiny before she leaned back and frowned deeply. Thou art, perhaps food would be a welcome boon for one such as thee. Ritska blinked once, then blinked twice. His eyes glanced across to where Shiki stood with her own tiny, rather lazy-looking, smile for a fraction of a second before it vanished. Yet he knew it had been there because it was still in her eyes. Even Mash was now leaning forwards and looking him over in case she had missed something. What's the problem? A rough yank from Mordred dragged him up to his feet. Within moments he was pulled down and then pinched at by the saber, not all that hard but enough to cause some mild discomfort. Though he was still at a loss as to what was happening in the first place. I mean, he ain't exactly Gawain, but he's not all that skinny. Mordred grunted, pinching at his bicep and then pulling her hand back. He's more like, a hare. Yeah, muscles where it counts but nothing overboard, and you don't get a lot of meat on those guys, do you? What was this conversation? Slowly, he brought his hands up and stepped back from the eyes of the group, sweeping them back and forth at the faces. I can assure you that I certainly eat enough, and the many servants who run me ragged at Chaldea can attest to the fact I am actually getting some exercise in. So, I appreciate the concern, Priscilla. He turned on the assassin and smiled at her, though she could not see the expression. He softened his voice to grant her some peace with it. She looked slightly troubled for a moment, then evened out her features and nodded back with assent. Ritska exhaled at that and turned towards Boudica, who who was still moving amidst the kitchen. Right, so Boudica. I was going to make a vegetable stew. She cut him short with her own ramblings. But I think that a soup would be much easier for the lot of you and it doesn't take nearly as much time. Does that sound all right with you? He scratched his brow. I mean, it sounds fine, but that's not really the problem here. Boudica just hummed over her shoulder and said nothing else. We're going to need to be moving on to find others who got trapped here. Her movements slowed to a crawl before they finally ceased, her shoulders squared and then dropped. Ah, right, of course. Silly me, I was getting so worked up about it that I got a little ahead of myself. Sorry about that. No, it's fine. He chuckled with a shake of the head. Any other time and I probably would have stuck around for a bit but, well, I wouldn't be all that comfortable with the idea of the others being left on their own. So, sorry for not catching you before you started. She turned around and held up the flat of her hand. It's quite all right. I know I got a bit carried away and probably got swept up and strung you all along with me. Probably best you tell me now rather than after I've started getting everything into the pot, right? Finishing with a chuckle, she turned to Ash. What about you? Ash just shrugged. I required the practice and Ritska gave no instructions until this moment. He winced at the reminder. Yeah, sorry, anyway. I'll just get into contact with Romani. Raising his sleeve, he moved for the communicator on it. Then we can see about getting you ray-shifted back. I'll be looking forwards to a soup when we finish up with all of this because it's definitely going to be a bit of a tough one. Go, back. Yeah, he hummed, noticing an odd inflection of her tone but thinking little of it. Instead he pressed at the communicator and flashed the screen up. We had to leave Verndari a couple rooms down while they got centered around things. Not my place to say but we'll be going back for them before this is all over and Fujimaru-kun. Romani's shout was equal parts relief and welcoming. I've been looking over the readings. So you managed to get in touch with Boudica and... The image flickered as the doctor leaned off to the side and squinted. Huh, looks like another servant signal that's definitely a divine spirit. Yeah, we met another servant with Boudica. He's a lancer and... He stopped and then furrowed his brows. Divine spirit, you mean... The slow nod of the head from Ash just in front of him confirmed the doctor's words. He looked over his shoulder and towards Lancer once more. Their appearance led him to believe they might have gone through something similar to Medusa, or he was like Gwendolyn and was just born that way. He held up the communicator and whispered, not that he thought it would help against Lancer's hearing. Demigod or God? Demigod. Why? He shook his head. Just curious. And he was wondering if they would need to make arrangements for yet another god arriving in Chaldea, because they were rapidly collecting divines at a rate that was turning the facility into one of the weirdest pantheons to have ever existed. Or at least, that was what he would assume. He wasn't actually that learned on pantheons yet. Well, I'll be able to pass along the message to Sigward then. Oh, Ritska felt a smile form over his lips at the mention of the night. More so when he traded a glance with Boudica for a brief moment, then returned his eyes to Romani. Was that not a curious thing to say? He was worried then. Romani smirked as if already seeing where he was going and shaking his head. He was asking after you more than anything else, and all the others who went missing, but yes, he was asking if we had managed to find Boudica yet. So he'll be relieved to hear that she's all right. With that, Ritska glanced at the rider. His humor started to fade away as he saw the expression on her face, the one that was more akin to guilty reluctance than anything else. His brows furrowed ever so slightly as he stared at the rather odd reaction. It certainly wasn't what he was expecting from her. Is something wrong, Boudica? The silence was rather odd, and a touch worrying. Briefly, he set aside Romani's face and looked to the rider and searched for something that might have been amiss. He could not think of anything that he might have said to bring about such a reaction, unless it was the teasing that she didn't appreciate. That might have been a little bit far for him. I'm sure that Sigward is no more worried for you than he is for the rest of that. Boudica interrupted him with a raised hand. Her eyes failed to meet his own as she looked down to her feet, then turned around and walked back to the countertop and leaned over it. That isn't quite what the problem is. Ritska blinked once, then twice. Wordlessly, he exchanged a look with Mash and found that she was similarly confused as to what they were hearing. They turned back to her with Mash taking a step forwards and tilting her head. Then what is the matter, Boudica-san? Has something happened here that? It isn't being here that's the problem, Mash, it's. Her head lowered and she turned back to face them. Her eyes came up and were filled with something hot. Ritska straightened a little and felt unease creep into him as he looked into her eyes. There was a definite anger building up within them, even if her voice remained calm. The problem is that I've had a little bit of time to think and reflect, and I've found myself asking the same question again and again, at least with some freedom for my thoughts and the unpleasant truth which I now find myself facing. Ritska was feeling some awful sense of déjà vu. His eyes unconsciously sought out Ash and watched the blonde slowly turn his head towards the rider, an expression that betrayed nothing all while he shifted his balance. Green eyes danced to meet his own and seemed more invested in what his reaction was, rather than whatever Boudica was going to say. And what unpleasant truth would that be? Boudica exhaled, her eyes closed, and she brought a hand up to nurse at her temples. Why do I fight? He raised a brow slowly. I'm not sure I follow. Boudica smiled as if he had said something both funny and a little sad as well, her hand pulled down her face. It is no slight against you, Ritska, because I can appreciate why you're doing this in the first place, but I'm not sure I can hold the same investment in history that you do. Her smile slipped clean off her face, replaced only by a cold mask. Especially with all it has dealt me. Clarity fell on him like a cold shower. Your daughters. My daughters. She agreed, then continued. My husband, my people, my land, all of it. I've been trying to think of why I am actually working hard, putting forth my blade, to a cause which will ensure that their murders continue to exist, that their crimes are written out in the tapestry of this world. Her hand dropped to her heart, fingers pressed hard against skin as her voice rippled with rising anger. History must be restored. Why? What is so? Why do I have to help restore a history where my daughters, my little girls, are? She swallowed her next words, eyes turning red and words choking out. Ritska felt himself slowly grimace. Why do I have to help Nero restore her Rome? What's so precious about that place of depravity and ruin that needs to be restored? Why is that empire so essential to everyone, but my little girls just have to die? She took a step towards him, drumming her hand against her chest now with greater intensity, yet her voice did not rise above the hissed whispers. But for all that, its power grew stronger with each sound that passed her lips. How can that be a history that I have to defend? A history that lets Rome live while my little girls die? While my people are put to the sword and oppressed for generations, why is that right? How can you? Boudica was very nearly upon him now, almost nose to nose as she leaned forwards and looked him dead in the eye, the whites turning bloodshot and the unshed tears building within them. You restored Rome. Her words came out accusing, and he did not blink through them. You helped Nero, you made friends with her. With that tyrant. Boudica spat the words like a curse. Tell me, what sins did my daughters commit which make their lives so worthless? Why did they have to die? What did they do wrong? Quick as lightning, her hands were on his collar and yanking him forwards, so fast his feet barely scraped against the ground as he was pulled upwards, but even then, he held out his hands to the others and stayed them wherever they were. Not once breaking his eye contact with Boudica. Why? Why do I have to help a history which says my girls have to die? Why did their killers get to? How can that be a history worth protecting? Tell me, how? Ritska brought his arms back around and moved them up, gently laying them on the wrists of the rider. The contact had her stiffen, but only for a moment. Her grip remained tight and bordering uncomfortable, but he was not in any immediate danger, he should have thought. Movement behind Boudica showed Ash taking a single step forwards, but nothing else. Boudica. The use of her name brought a fixed attention to him. His next words came slowly. This can't be the first time it occurred to you. She twitched and then started to growl. It was a faint sound at first, but it grew louder and louder. I am not saying it to be cruel or mocking. He added on with a shake of the head. But that is how it is. You would have known what we did from the moment everything was explained with Nero, so why do you think about it now? Because it's settled with me now. She snapped back at him, frustration more than anger as he jostled slightly in her grasp. Because I was freed of the burden of seeing your earnest face every day and I was reminded of everything that I had lost. I will admit there was warmth in Chaldea that distracted me, blinded me, from the truth, but without that. Her head shook. I can see the truth for what it is, Ritska. Her hands tightened further, her eyes narrowed into nearly menacing slits. And the truth is that I don't see anything worth defending about this history. This history that declares the only proper path is for my daughters to be butchered in the hands of savages, or marauders who disguised themselves as civilized. And that dancing clown they called an emperor. Laughter spilled from her, a mixture of furious and hollow. And what is worse is that she herself was ignorant. Could you imagine that? Nothing more than careless stupidity cost my daughters their lives. Because she couldn't even tear her eyes away from prancing around a stage long enough to care about anyone who might have. Her gaze dropped low to the ground, breaking from his own. Tyrant. The words came as a whisper. She's just an idiot, my daughters died, because of an idiot, and now I have to help protect that idiot. The legacy left behind by that fool. Ritska rolled his lips. It's not just her, Boudica. Nor is it the people who killed your daughters. You're not fighting to save just them. A loud scoff, she raised her eyes and met his own. I don't care about them. I don't believe that for a moment. And what do you know about it? Her words came as a furious growl, low and dangerous, pulling him closer to her, so close that her hot breath washed over his face. It felt scalding to him, fueled by rage. It felt as if she was some bonfire he had stepped too close to. What do you know about anything? My family is dead too, Boudica. She stopped and then went silent. They're all dead. My family, my friends, they died and never existed. I'm all that's left. He barely managed the shrug, but it was there. I don't know if I'll ever see them again. I might not, that's the truth of it. I never even said a proper goodbye to any of them, and if I fail, they stay dead, and it's not just me. Or them. Or any of them. His eyes fell shut. It's all those other families. But that wasn't it. Not really. The truth of it was, the very sad truth of it was. He just didn't want to die as well. That was the sad, desperate thing about it. The sickening thing about it, the confession that felt almost filthy to him. They were dead and he didn't want to be dead too. A lot of things have to happen for it. A lot of things have happened, but maybe you can stop. Maybe you can take a step back and say, no, I'm not fine with this. It's wrong, and then stop, but I can't. Whether he realized it or not, his hold on Boudica's wrists had tightened, not that the writer would have noticed. Because there are people counting on me. Because they have families to get back to as well. A lot of things are going to happen that I don't want. A lot of things have happened that I'm. Visions of a cold London, of warm slick hands, and of his eyes trapped behind a cage. I can't stop. So, I really, truly am sorry about your daughters and how it all played out, but I can't stop because of it. I'm sorry, but I can't. Boudica stared at him in silence, blue eyes wide and searching. And for a brief moment, he dared to hope. Then those eyes burned with an anger brighter than before, the grip on his clothes turned painful and choking. When she spoke next, it was in words wreathed with fury. So that's it. So long as it's for your benefit, you'll just walk over everyone who comes in front of you. As long as you reach your goal, what does it matter if you just cast everyone aside? Are lives so worthless to you? Huh? Ritska froze. You. She snarled, then she shoved him backwards, or flung him was a better word. Senpai. Mash's shout was soon followed by her arms wrapping around him and catching him before he was launched far. The two of them staggered as Boudica raised her hand and pointed squarely towards him. You're no better than the Romans. Monster. Their names were Hanua and Lanozea. At least remember those names. Those sweet little girls you've decided to trample on, you fiend. Her hand whipped out in the motion of drawing a sword, and in the same breath, it appeared as a flash of steel and light. The blade glowed within moments, a golden shine covered the steel and hummed, all while her eyes were aflame with fury and violence. Ritska was rooted on the spot. For only a moment. Calm down. The words were intoned with a mental command. The command seals on the back of his hand burned bright red and fizzled away. The first of three signaled the order, and within a split second, Boudica's face contorted with pain. She staggered and dropped down. Her left hand swung into her temples and clawed at it, growling and snarling as she swayed on her feet. The response brought him to a total loss as clear agony swept over the woman. That wasn't what. He didn't mean for that too. It wasn't supposed to hurt her. You. From the gaps between her fingers, eyes of blue focused on him with a singular hatred. You dare, try and command me, like some mere slave. Ritska opened and closed his mouth. No, you. She launched herself forwards, sword pulled back and eyes fixed solely on him. It occurred to him what she was going to do, what she was aiming for. She was going to kill him. Oh, she snarled, then stopped and gasped. Warmth splattered over his face and into his eyes, forcing them shut for a brief second and for him to recoil backwards at the sudden texture of liquid over him. At least for a moment, then he felt himself choke and gasp. He knew what it was. He'd felt it against his skin before. His hands rose within seconds and pawed at his face, dragging it across and tearing it away from him as fast as he could manage. His fingers felt slippery and hot, his eyes snapped open, breathing turned to rapid pants and a ringing flooded through his ears. They were red. His hands were red again, his cheeks were red, his face was probably red. It was steaming hot. He stared at his crimson palms and then brought his eyes up, meeting the furious orbs of Boudica as she glared down at him. But his eyes were drawn elsewhere. To the obsidian sword which was pushed right through her chest, the length of the blade slick with blood. Scarlet dripped down from her body and to the floorboards, dozens of drops at any one time. It was the only sound he could hear, one drop after another. Another sound, a terrible squelch as the sword vanished back through her body and out of sight. Boudica staggered with the blow and her arms dropped down, as though they had lost all their power. The sword in her grasp turned cold, light fleeing from it, and hit the ground with a muffled thud, at least to him. But his eyes remained fixed solely on hers. It felt like an eternity ticked past. The blue started to cool. The fury bled away. Replaced with horror and revulsion, a deep shame overcame her as her throat bubbled. What was I? Boudica gave a wet gurgle as she fell backwards. Ash stepped out of her way with a deft move, letting her slam against the cabinets behind and slump down, trailing blood across the wood and allowing it to pool on the floor. Her eyes never roamed from his own. She brought up her hand and gestured to him with her fingers. Ritska's throat felt like dust. There was nothing there. It was strange, like he was watching a scene play out. Ritska, the word bubbled away out of her, some pleading remained in her gaze as her arm dropped back to the ground. Her eyes glazed over. Ritska did nothing but stare. He did not react when the cupboards behind her spilled forth rivers of black tar, nor when the burning red took the place in that shape of twisted life and clamped down, engulfing the body of Boudica before it even started to turn to dust. It pulled back and slipped between the gaps in the cupboard in less than a few seconds. He watched every single minute detail play out with unblinking clarity. And through it all, he did not move a single muscle. Thuds approached from the right, a flash of silver, and Mordred stepped around him to stare down at the space where Boudica had been not even moments ago. She had been right there speaking to them. And then she was dead. Mordred turned and looked at Ash. Ritska barely even realized she was talking until he saw Ash move his lips, but nothing came out. Nothing save the muted whistle. What? His croaking brought their eyes to him. Ash kept silent while Mordred scowled. Huh. She cocked a brow, then grunted and jerked her head towards the bloody patch on the wood. Oh, said that we figured there's probably some sort of powerful curse or something going on here if a command seal didn't work. Not sure what else could explain whatever that was. A curse. Oi, master. He blinked again, Then once more as he found that Mordred was right in front of him now, looking over him and frowning. Shit. It's all over your damn face. She shook her head and stepped back, marching for the kitchen and throwing open cupboards. The string of complaints made its way over to him, namely in the form of curses and groans about how hard it was to find kitchen roll. His fingers climbed up to his cheeks and stopped short, sharply pulling away his hands and staring at them again. Senpai. Someone was speaking to him, someone was moving him. His feet just surrendered and his body moved on its own. The gentle hold led him back to the table and lowered him down in front of him. A figure loomed over his left and he could see Mash with a strained look of worry right across her face, then looking past him and reaching for something. Ritska didn't say much as she claimed some kitchen roll from somewhere, probably Mordred, and then started to wipe at his face. He just kept staring at his fingers. Why did they always end up red? Why was it always so warm? Fujimaru-kun. It was always so warm, just like then. Why did it have to be warm? Why couldn't it have been cold? If it was cold he'd have been disgusted. But why was it always so warm? Something closed around his head and pulled him slowly towards it. He registered another warmth circling around him in an embrace. Ritska kept himself still as the hand ran across the top of his head and the faint words came. Breathe softly, young one. In and out. A large hand, greater than his own, fell upon the red limb and gently pushed it away. His urge to follow the line of sight with it was stopped by the hold on his head which kept him still. He felt someone drag the tissue across with an almost frantic pace to clean it away. He just stared at the table. Breathe. The voice gently encouraged again, so he did. In and out. In and out. Right. He wasn't in London. He could move. He could still do. Coughing he moved away from the embrace and started to stand up, ignoring the faint protest from Mash as he reached out and grabbed the roll of tissue. He couldn't sit here and just suffer. Had to keep going forwards. Same as before. Had to. Ritska only stopped when Priscilla reached out and clasped his wrist in a gentle but still solid lock. He followed the limb back to her blinded face. Never force yourself into comfort where there is none. It sounded like a warning, and though she could not see it, he smiled at her and moved across to pat her hand. But he stopped at the sight of the red still on his fingers and pulled back. Don't worry, he replied, gently pulling his arm from her. I won't. Because he didn't feel very comfortable right now, but there were more important things than this. Tearing away another roll of tissue, he dragged it across his hands and then over his face, balling it up and dropping it down on the table, repeating the process before he raised his eyes and looked across to the others. A curse. You said a curse, Saber. Mordred wasn't long in responding. I'm just spitballing here. That sort of thing was always Mother's talent. Good thing they had casters of equal skill then. Nodding to himself, he reached out and activated the link. The name filtered through and the summoning went ahead. One of the short-term ones, but he hoped it would be enough for them to get something. Caster. A flurry of light and then shadow. The purple cloak of Medea fluttered into stillness as she appeared in the room. Her hood turned about before settling on him. He could see her lips turn down within mere moments. You appear to be in a rather sordid state, Master. We think there might be a curse on the building. He explained. There was. I tried to use a command spell on one of the servants and she reacted badly. A curse potent enough to overturn a command spell. Medea hummed and glanced down to his arm. Even those paltry versions of the originals would have held significant sway over a servant. More so depending on the magic resistance. Very well. I shall begin a brief investigation, though a curse of this potency should be a simple find. Her staff flashed into her hand and glowed. Ritska jolted as the light washed over him, then looked back down and blinked at himself. The red was gone, as if it was never there. But letting my master fumble around looking like that is hardly acceptable. She turned and then stopped. Ritska followed her line of sight to Lancer. Truth be told, he had forgotten the man was in the room. And he was standing up now, showing off his impressive height which had him angle himself slightly so that he wasn't touching the ceiling. The single gold eye of the man swept over the newly arrived caster and then flickered towards him where it seemed to linger for time longer, then a grunt and the man nodded slightly. And this is. Lancer. Medea hummed and sent him a questioning look. Ritska trailed off. He's not an enemy at the moment. He saw something akin to approval briefly in the expression but no further words. I see. Medea flatly responded, then moved across to the other side of the room. If you will excuse me then. He watched her for a moment longer, then turned away from her and moved towards the others, raising the communicator and staring at the face of Romani, briefly pausing when he met the rather concerned look. Fujimaru. Command seals didn't work. He stopped for a moment and then closed his eyes. And pass along the message as to what transpired to Sigward and anyone else who wishes to know. Inform them that there's a chance the other servants trapped here could be similarly affected. His eyes darted to the spot where the Boudica had died, his jaw ground back and forth. And did you get anything else on the thing that appeared? Romani did not give an immediate response, instead he just stared at him in silence. Then, slowly, the doctor nodded his head and looked off to something else. There was a slight pulse of magical energy right before you arrived and, the readings are consistent with the summoning of a demon. Ritska cocked a brow, more so at the sudden gravity in the words. A demon. Came the correction from behind him. Medea briefly paused. Familiars summoned from a different plane of existence. Besides servants, they are the most powerful familiars any one mage might call forth, and they are equally dangerous. The demon gods of the King of Mages are all demons. Once named, they begin to accumulate power and ego. Without name they are power but without drive. She turned about and faced him. So they seek out the closest to them, enshrining themselves within the body of the mage who summoned them and gaining control. Mimicking the original personality and consuming the host until there are no distinguishing features between them, at which point, they have become fully enfleshed and are a serious threat. More so when they might manifest magical spells by a product of simply existing, setting aside the fact that reality marbles as a concept are based upon demons exercising their power. He had kept silent through that. But each word struck him like a hammer. He slowly looked back at Romani and felt his eyes widen. There's one of those here. Not. Romani held up his hands and winced. Not necessarily. What Castor described is a worst-case scenario. Demons come in different forms and functions. Those brought forth by Solomon are the most famous example, but it's only very rare cases. In the first place, a human mind isn't designed to house something akin to a demon, so they would break apart and the body would twist and form a rather disgusting thing, like Furnius, the demon god you encountered. He cringed. They look like that. Romani shrugged. Furnius is very old, Fujimaru-kun. All the demon gods are. This might well be an ordinary demon which has undergone some sort of transformation and is searching for magical energy. Either a summon from a servant here or from an unrelated event, if it is looking for magical energy. Ritska grasped what he meant. Servants would be the best source, but it's waiting for us to kill them first, if we do, which means it's scavenging. It can't risk an open battle with us. The doctor shrugged. Demons are still creatures of wisdom, Fujimaru-kun. More so if they are granted a designation. Names hold great weight for those of demonic kind. It's why the summons of Solomon are far above ordinary demons and wield unique abilities. Just because this demon hasn't tried to fight you, doesn't mean it isn't capable of doing so. Leaning back, the man rubbed a hand over the front of his face, then took in a short breath. I know you're the master here, but I'd recommend having Jean and Martha on standby if you encounter the demon again. Because of their status as saints. Romani nodded. Either an exorcism or a good old-fashioned pummeling would help, but, don't tell Martha I said she was good at the latter. He spoke the words as he awkwardly fumbled at his collar and glanced about. Ritska huffed. Not a single peep from me, talk to you soon. The communicator flashed off. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, opening them once more and glancing to Mash. We'll need to be ready to go as soon as Castor finds something. It looked like there was more Mash wanted to say, but she held herself back and instead nodded her head slowly. Yes, Senpai, I'm sorry about Boudica-san. She cast a forlorn look. Ritska rolled his lips inwards. Me too. Not her fault though, not her fault. His eyes turned to Lancer. Quote. What are you going to do now? Lancer peered at him with the golden eye, then took a step forwards and further to the room. Opening his mouth and speaking with a firmness within him. There is one here who might wield charm as a weapon against the mind. Mine own thoughts couldst turneth to their weapons. I shalt not sitteth idly and waiteth for the headsman's axe to kisseth mine own neck. His head inclined slightly towards him. If it be true this mage is thy foe, then we have common ground here, hunting this man and the beast he calls ally is a goal we share. So Lancer was coming with them. All right, he could work with that. Ritska instead looked at him closely. And how are you sure you're not already under his influence? There was a sharp look, then Lancer raised a sharpened finger and pointed to the golden eye. If it be true mine own grudge were setteth loose. Then this beast of darkness wouldst not beest the only foul serpent here. That sounded ominous. But something was proven here. Someone was doing something, and he was going to put a stop to it. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.